I would like to welcome the Honorable keynote speaker today. The first one is the Honorable Kimio Kase DBA from IESE Business School, Spain. The Honorable Professor Ryoko Toyama from Chuo Graduate School of Strategic Management, Japan. I would like to welcome the Honorable Professor Dr. Jama Othman from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. The Honorable Banjaran S. Indrastomo PhD from Bank Syariah Indonesia. The Honorable Dr. Agus Hermawan Grandip MGT MSc MBIS from Universitas Negeri Malang and fellow lecturer from Universitas Negeri Malang, who I highly respect, as well as the seminar participant. This virtual seminar and exhibition will bring together academia, researcher, business entrepreneur, practitioner, and policymaker who are responsible for delivering sustainable and management concert solutions based on marketing, human resource, financial and banking, industrial, and Sharia management through leveraging advanced information innovation and technology for competitive advantage in modern era, as well as a public, academics, and business sector. This virtual seminar exhibition provides a great opportunity for prospective participants to share their recent theoretical knowledge, research and finding, and experiences in dealing with sustainable information engineering and technology. As such, this conference will feature presentation by international speakers, which are a cutting-edge session topic. Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen the opening speech delivered by the Chief Executive of today's conference. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Dedi Tri Kurniawan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Malang and welcome to First Business Innovation Sustainability and Technology International Conference 2021 held by Department of Management Universitas Negeri Malang. I would like to welcome our honorable speaker today, Professor Kimio Kase, DBA, Professor Emeritus Beijing Normal University, Professor Ryoko Toyama from Chuo Graduate School of Strategic Management, Professor Jamal Othman from University Sains Malaysia, Dr. Agus Hermawan from Universitas Negeri Malang, and Banjaran Surya Indrastomo, PhD from Bank Syariah Indonesia. Thank you for attending this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the spread of coronavirus disease since 2019 all over the world has created better understanding the importance of organization ability to keep up digital innovation. Closure of school and office, social distancing, low quarantine, they have created the demand for digital technology. Online medical service, online education, online working, and non-contact service in several industries become a mandatory needs. It is obviously seen that only the companies that can adapt to digital innovation have high probability success and survive in this era. Therefore, the regeneration of business model is becoming an increasingly crucial factor for business sustainability. The traditional way of doing business have changed dramatically with the emergence of new digital technologies. A company can stay competitive using the benefit of digital technology, the IoT, Internet of Things, cloud platform, artificial intelligence, robotic, big data, are over the industrial firm to possibility to leverage technology to innovate their strategies. In particular, in order to implement new service-oriented business model, technology has always been considered the catalyst for business orientation. Given the benefit of digital technologies, such as productivity improvement, cost reduction, and innovation, companies can stay competitive and foster new growth potential. The strength of digital technologies stem from how companies are able to integrate into their existing business strategies. The ability to adopt digital technologies is become a vital mechanism for implementation. Based on this condition, Universitas Negeri Malang provide first business innovation sustainability and Technology International Conference 2021 as a forum in sharing the critical issue in business and technology perspective. The theme for this international conference is digital transformation in creating business sustainability, dynamic capabilities, and innovation culture. This event provides the forum for presentation of new advice and result in the field of theoretical, experimental, and applied business technology research. We hope that conference will bring together leading researchers and scientists from various interests around the world. Through the participant contribution, it hopes the conference provide a deeper understanding about technology and business issues. Welcome First Business Innovation Sustainability and Technology International Conference 2021. Hopefully this conference will be useful for all of us, and thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Dedi Tri Kurniawan, for the opening speech. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are going to listen to the opening speech delivered by the first Vice Rector of Universitas Negeri Malang. We would like to request Professor Dr. Budi Eko Sucipto to officially open today's conference. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Budi Eko Sucipto.
Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Deans of the Faculty of Economics, Vice Deans, the Head of BISTIC Committee, keynote speakers, the Head of Management Department, the Secretary of Department, the Head of Study Programs, and all presenters and participants. Praise and gratitude we pray to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, where we can gather in today's activity, namely Business Innovation Sustainability and Technology International Conference, or BISTIC, which is held by the Management Department. BISTIC is one of a series of international conference activities that are routinely carried out every year. The theme of this conference is Digital Transformation and Creating Business Sustainability, Dynamic Capabilities, and Innovation Culture. Topics to be discussed in this conference include business management, technology and business innovation, innovation and digital entrepreneurship, business education, digital learning, and Islamic business management. The keynote speaker in this conference is Dr. Agus Hermawan from State University of Malang, Kimiko Case, DBA, Professor Emeritus at Beijing Normal University, Professor Ryoko Tayama from Cho Graduate School of Strategic Management, Japan, Banjaran S. Indrastomo, PhD from Bank Syariah Indonesia, and Professor Dr. Jamal Othman from University Bangsaan Malaysia. With the keynote speakers joining this activity, we hope that this conference will become a scientific meeting forums for academics, practitioners, and general public in conveying scientific ideas. For that, we welcome the participation of authors and participants who join this activity so that this conference has a positive impact in the business area. I wish you a happy holding of the conference, continue to share and encourage publication. We also thank to the committee for taking the time to manage BISTIC 2021 so that this activity runs smoothly and successfully during the COVID-19 pandemic. Finally, in the name of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, I officially open this conference. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Budi Eko Sucipto, for the greeting remark. Now we are continuing to our agenda. The next is Reversal National Anthem Indonesia Raya and opening prayer by Mr. Andro Agil.
Indonesia tanah airku, tanah tempat Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Before we start our conference today, allow me to recite the prayers. We hope that this event will run smoothly. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yuwafi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karimi wa 'azimi sultanik. Allahumma innaka ta'lamu anna hadhil quluba qad ijtama'at ala mahabbatik wal taqat ala ta'atik wa tawahadat ala da'watik wa ta'ahadat ala nusrati syari'atik. Fawassikillahumma rabitataha wa adim muddaha wahdiha subulaha wamla'ha binurikal lati la yakhbu washrah suduraha bifaidil imani bik wa jamili tawakkuli alaik wa ahyiha bima'rifatik wa amitsa ala syahadati fi sabilik innaka ni'mal maula wa ni'man nasir. Allahumma hawwin alaina fi sakaratil maut. Allahumma hawwin alaina fi sakaratil maut. Allahumma hawwin alaina fi sakaratil maut. Wan najata minan nari wal afwa indal hisab. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanatan wa fil akhirati hasanatan wa qina adzabannar. Bifadlika ya Allah subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wassalamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Al-Fatihah. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew Agil. Move to the main event, and once again, I would like to remind to all participants to follow the event until the end in orderly manner because we have some reward for each selected participant. Okay, before we start keynote speaker session, allow me to introduce our moderator today, Mrs. Arum Prasasti. She is one of our lecturer in Management Department, Universitas Negeri Malang. She was graduate from University of Leicester in 2015, got her bachelor degree from Brawijaya University in 2013. She's also an LPDP Foremost Indonesian Education Scholarship Awardee and Fujitsu Scholarship recipient in 2019. She's brilliant as she is. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Arum Prasasti. Time is yours.
Thank you so much, Ibu Yana. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, everyone, for gathering today in our virtual conference. So today, on behalf of the Department of Management, Faculty of Economic, Universitas Negeri Malang, I would like to say welcome and thank you very much for joining us today. Today, we have 4 or 5 outstanding speakers. The first one will be Dr. Kimio Kase DBA from he is a professor emeritus from Beijing Normal University. Also, we have another speaker from Japan, from Chuo Graduate School of Management, which is Professor Ryoko Toyama. And then we will also have an engaging talk with Professor Jamal Othman from UKM, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. And then we will also have a speaker from our own professor, Professor Agus. And then we will also have a speaker from practitioner, Bank Syariah Indonesia, which is Banjaran Surya Indrastomo. So our first speaker today will be Banjaran Surya Indrastomo, PhD. I will read his curriculum vitae. He's studying PhD in Islamic economics from Durham University in the UK. He is working on the thesis entitled Political Economy of the Emergence of Islamic Finance in Indonesia. And then he is also finishing his master degree in Islamic finance as well in Durham University. And he's at the moment is the chief economist of Bank Syariah Indonesia. So I think Bapak Banjaran is here. Now, please welcome Bapak Banjaran. The floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin nabiyil ummi wa ala alihi washabihi ajma'in amma ba'd. Thank you for the introduction. Beforehand, I would like to mention some of the earlier the Honorable Professor Dr. Budi Eko Sucipto, the Vice Rector of the Universitas Negeri Malang. Then we have Dean, Vice Dean, faculty members, and we also have other speakers, Professor Agus Hermawan, we have Professor Jamal Othman, Ryoko Toyana, Kimio Kase, and also Mr. Dedi Kurniawan. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share screen about what I'm going to share today. So basically, I think I'm the only practitioner here, but I'm not fully practitioner because I'm also still teaching an academic as well. So what we are going to discuss today is pretty much on the line of the topic that we have, which is around the issues of sustainability, innovation, and technology issues. And I think it is from a topic that we have to how to say, have to face with, because it is also related to the way that we face the current situation today, that apparently for the case of financial institution, especially a bank, and in this case perhaps I'm talking about Islamic banks, we are facing two challenges, which is actually the first one. I mean, in the last 5-6 years, we see that digitalization is one of the key area that disrupt. I think that's the word that people have been using, disrupt industry itself. But importantly, since last year with the pandemic itself, it is actually challenged some of the financial institutions with a greater dynamicity and pressure, in which things are not necessarily easy, I would say, because now the issue is not only on the transformation, so because of the transformation for survival itself, because we have to transform to survive, but now with the COVID-19 we have to survive. And the issue itself start with the health sector, but again with the health sector it actually spread out to even to the economy as well as the current well-being of the people itself. So the outline of today's presentation, I'm going to talk about 4 main things. I guess in the introduction bit, a bit of the landscape of the Islamic finance, and also this on after that, then I'm going to talk about the potential of the Indonesia Islam economic and finance, and then I'm going to seek out the discussion toward the disruption the Islamic finance, how digitalization as well as the COVID-19 pandemic really hit really forced the industry to transform and to make a difference, as well as perhaps a strategy that can be adopted and will be adopted by the so as you mentioned, even though we are the most populous country, we are not the most developed one. Within this Islamic financial sector, Indonesia is on the 2nd position as most developed countries in Islamic finance, along just after Malaysia. We are just above Bahrain, UAE, and Saudi Arabia based on the ranking released by Islamic Finance Development Report, Refinitiv, Thomson Reuters. So essentially, it is actually a testament toward how well then the industry is pretty much first, in a sense that beyond traditional market, beyond all those perhaps advanced society, advanced countries, Indonesia is still considered one of the most advanced one. But of course, one thing that we have to consider is that it is solely because as an industry, it has been growing rapidly. It has consistently developing in a way that from time to time you see that there is an uprise. The slope, the curve is actually going up with the projected total asset globally reaching $3,693 billion US dollar. And what helps that Islamic finance industry perhaps until 2019 is pretty much of the ecosystems that it sits in. It is supported by well, the numbers as well first, but in terms of regulation, there has been a development with the regulation supporting the industry, with the numbers of Sharia scholars, with the numbers of education institute, with the numbers of the research and development, as well as the events. That is pretty much those ecosystems that contribute. But of course, along that, we see up until 2019, 2020, the domination of the Islamic banking sector is still exists. It's still present in a way that it is actually accounted for 70, close to 70% of the total assets of the industry itself. So in this matter, you see that Islamic banks is pretty much the engine of those Islamic financial industry. And importantly, if you look into Islamic banks from time to time, the trend is still upward sloping in the sense that it is growing with an increasing numbers of Islamic banks reaching 526 by the end of 2019. With the asset reaching 2 trillions, with annual compounded growth of 14%. And it still remain a commercial in that sense. So in that, we see that within the Islamic financial industry, Islamic bank is still the engine of growth, is still the way in which the industry is actually going, shaping the industry strongly. And importantly, Indonesia has a huge potential for Islamic economic and finance. I think we don't have to mention about the number of the population. Because of the numbers of population, it is what makes this industry, or perhaps in the entire Islam economic ecosystem, is quite interesting to tap into, because I guess it is still the same with the condition within the Indonesian economy. The demand is very strong, and that demand accounted for different kind of opportunity, covering from the understanding of this halal industry, from the retail to industrial side, producing different different forms of product, from F&B, participation to tourism. If we try to calculate the account or the potential itself, I think food and beverage are still ahead with 2,000 trillion market opportunity, continued with modest fashion, travel, pharmaceutical, and media, as well as the small medium enterprise that can reach to 1,394 trillion. So the opportunity, the market is big. But in terms of Islamic banking, I guess the way that we see it, it is still the most appealing segment of the banking sector. If you look into the 5-year compounded annual growth itself, it reached 13% for commercial banks, and it reached 7.8%. So the in terms of funding, is increasing. But importantly, if you look on the left-hand side here, that in Indonesia Islamic banking market size, if it grows 3 times, it can grow further, because in terms of the penetration is still very low. So Indonesian Islamic banking's market size could grow 3 times if we achieve UAE penetration, and it can grow to 6 times if we achieve Malaysian penetration. So in terms of penetration itself, is still along the way. And in that, we have also a major shift in retail customer preference, especially the upper mass Muslim, in choosing primary bank based on Sharia compliance. And at the same time, we see that the ecosystem is actually coming together, having a massive opportunity waiting to be unleashed. Importantly, we have to mention, of course, that the Umrah Hajj is there, but importantly, is actually the third sector, which is the Zakat, Infaq, Sedekah, and Waqf. So if we try to combine it, this is actually a combination between that commercial and the social integrated within one system. And in terms of how then Bank Syariah Indonesia is actually leading the industry, we have a distribution network beyond other competitors. knowing that we have plus minus 107,000, sorry, 1,700 ATMs and 1,365 banks with a strong capitalization. So I guess the looking forward, the opportunity and the future is actually very promising. But at the same time, the way that we have to see it, COVID-19 is still the main risk, the main concern in Indonesia with the second wave currently on the line. We have really see that the pattern was actually in the beginning is actually very concerning, but of course something that has been there for quite some times. Now the trend is quite declining, but of course it doesn't mean that it will go away. The issue is still there and remains there. And if you look from what happened in the past, especially in 2020, because of this pandemic itself, we see a decline or a drop in some of the industry or some of the sectors contributing to the national economy. I think I have to mention with pretty much the transportation and storage is hit severely. We have also food, beverage, and accommodation hit severely. And along the way, we have business services, we have other services, mining, and so on. With construction, is also under pressure. Manufacturing is under pressure. So pretty much almost all most of the industries are actually under a huge pressure. And with that, we see even in 2021, some of the pressure still remains. Some of the industry are still struggling to come back. With the main industry that can actually championing this 2020 pretty much on the area of human health, health sectors, and then IT, then trade, financial sectors. But of course, with COVID-19 on the line, we see that pretty much the situation is still very not in favoring the business itself. And importantly, some of the industry might not be able to come back easily, and it will take time and will perhaps be replaced by some other sectors. But if you look into how that it severely hit the banking sector, pretty much I think the way that we see it is through the non-performing one. So if you see that there has been an increasing rate of a non-performing financing, non-performing loan, financing at risk or loan at risk in many of the sectors. So this is actually a source of concern because for the bank itself, it can hit actually the stability of the bank. So if you look at the data, some of them are managed to actually taking care of the how to say the quality of the financing. I think it's thanks to this POGK number 11 that allows for the restructure, the financial restructure that lasts until next year. But importantly, something that we have to tap into the consideration is actually how COVID-19 pandemic is actually transforming the way that we have today. I mean, if you watch the news or if you read the news, Singapore has actually considered to have a different policy on this pandemic, that perhaps this pandemic can last for a very long time. So then they have to consider this pandemic becoming an endemic. So pretty much it's like endemic is like something that we live like malaria or those we call infectious disease or virus that usually circulated and still there and couldn't find the cure up until now. So I think importantly, it will change the way that people's behavior, people behave or people conduct businesses. Some industry in this matter, I guess, if you consider any activities involving gathering people in one places will not be favored, or in other words, perhaps it's not something that is going to be raising in the future. But importantly, we see that because of that issues, because of this change of the behavior and the economic activities, So I mean, this industry will potentially be rising industries hand in hand to lead the future on the economy. With digitalization, with the industry that is close to digitalization is actually benefiting the most. If you look into how we classify this, tourism, aviation, transport, automotive, construction, manufacturers were among those sectors that severely hit, and it will take some time for this area or sectors to adjust to the economy. But of course, at the same time, it gives hope, or it adds a flavor and ample opportunities for the other sectors like agriculture, anything related to digital, e-commerce, ICT, healthcare. So it's pretty much going to basic. Some of those basic industry will be rising, and that's why if we want to champion the future itself, we have to know which sector is actually severely hit, which sector is actually benefiting from the situation, which sector is actually, because of its close tie to digitalization process, it can actually transform into a new forms of economic activities in the future. But of course, COVID-19 doesn't always put a struggle on it. So instead of when digitalization is actually taking place massively in the financial sector industry, the word disruption is always there. But with the COVID-19 itself, I guess we can twist the digitalization, and speeding up the digitalization process is pretty much a surviving strategy, in a way that perhaps digitalization is not only providing a disruption, but it's actually offering a solution for economy to survive, including the financial sector. I mean, if you look into how digitalization in the financial industry encourage the boards of its alternative industry, so I think if you look into how things work in the future, perhaps it works in an ecosystem basis, where, I mean, if in the financial sector, it actually tried to channel between those with surplus funding into those that are in short of funding. Within that process, there is there is an ecosystem, there is a entities, institution that works in different functions to ensure that the process is taking place. Within the Islamic financial sector, it's not only about financing and safe and investing, it's also about giving and protect. So in terms of this digitalization process in the Islamic financial sector, we see that the way it goes is pretty much in line with the way that the Islamic finance, both commercial and social finance, is actually advancing. And some of these customers who are mass affluent or perhaps low income are actually now getting on board with the situation, with the business adjusting, with the enabler function raising from technology like AI or digital like blockchain and so on, security, with business intelligence or middle office or back office supporting operation, along with the ecosystem enablers like advisory, like legal and regulatory, like technology firms, financial institutions supporting. So the digitalization is actually bringing, the COVID-19 is actually bringing digitalization into the forefront of all the strategies that taking place within the industry. So in other words, while digitalization itself was in the early stage was seen as an alien, was seen as a threat, but along the way, when we make peace with digitalization, is actually offering solutions for the industry to move forward. And in the Indonesia itself, we see such a trend in various functions, from alternative financing to deposit lending, from digital asset to crowdfunding, to payment, to raising funds, to social finance, to wealth management, especially social finance these days. It is actually a form of the channeling, transfer of wealth from the have to the needy. And if we look into what is actually the biggest challenge as a banking sector, the traditional business that they're conducting is still obtaining fund and channeling fund. And despite the various fintech service, I think the competition primarily will be between banking sectors and P2P. But of course, if you look into how things works in the future, uh, I don't know whether you are aware of these ideas of bionic, but later perhaps I'll try to elaborate. So fintech is it's still one of the potential competitors, but of course, not only traditional bank is competing with each other. The rise of digital bank is something that perhaps we have to watch closely, because at the end of the day, with the economy transforming, we see that um, these newcomers has a potential, has a market opportunity that they try to tap into without any response, without any strategy to respond to this new development. The existing might not be able to catch up with the way the things or the trend going further. So if we try to understand how things go, banking sector, including Islamic bank, is actually, it has evolved to come up with the change in the behavior and economic sector landscape. If traditionally the traditional banking is actually vertically integrated banks, fully producing and distributing all products. So all the product is in hand. Moving forward to banking 2.0, it's becoming heavily regulated, especially post crisis, resulting in healthy capitalization level and stability, and banks are forced on digitalization and digital banking. Then regulators initiate a new era of open banking where banks share their data with the third parties to rejuvenate the financial sector. So that open banking is actually the new age player emerged. But importantly, in the era of banking 4.0, it is actually an open banking with an ecosystems that is shared among different kind of platform. So the asset itself is no longer the money that you are or the financing. The asset itself is actually the data, a mean toward which you can actually channel. And the product itself is actually based on the experience, because from the data we can draw an experience, we can draw a pattern, and along the way to strengthen the ecosystems, then we open up an access, a shared access that can be also tapped in by our partners in order for us to grow together with the partners to build and buy. So I think in the banking sectors, the key is actually on how we bring together efficient platform with a sustainable growth model in a way that is actually still put customer in the first or in the very center of it. So banking 4.0 4.x is pretty much about data, about digital customer experience, and the embedded finance within it. So it is actually a way to synergize the whole ecosystem with other industries through digitalization process. Now, for bank customers, preference in doing banking transactions is always changing. It's always been there. In the past, we have walk-in and physical transaction, and then comes the era of ATM, then comes the era of digital-based transaction. Perhaps in between, there is this card-based payment. But of course, in the future, it can be like beyond banking, banking everywhere. And for Islamic bank, importantly, I guess beyond banking has been there for quite some times, because it is not only about financial solution that we offer, because some of the issues related to the social and the religious aspect has been taken into consideration. So if we look Indonesia, it is some of the countries with the most technology illiterate, and it becoming clear that the potential for the industry to keep digitalize its service is on the hand. Because of this, we see that the use itself will always increase, and it is a matter of time within which that we can transform. So in developing strategies, the trend in macro level which shape global financial pattern need to be utilized. So we know that there is a technology revolution. We know that in terms of demography, it's still a heavily asset basis, heavy asset ownership heavy asset-based operation with branch, with product, with risk management based on credit scoring, with competition. But post-COVID, we know that market interconnectivity is very important. So digitalization is actually opening up a banking sector toward a more customer-centric, data-centric, and ecosystem basis, with perhaps a consideration of social responsible bank. But something that we have to bear in mind in the process, there is always perhaps people that may take some times, or customers that may take some time, or have more a preference for a traditional one. So I guess the early the early model that is been integrated is actually pretty much having a targeted physical access, but of course pushing some of the simple transactions, simple banking activities toward and digitalize it so that it can move forward and bring more efficiency to the banking and transform the branches banking into perhaps what I call as bionic. So bionic is pretty much when you push some of the simpler banking transaction online, while allowing some of the more complex product offering or product or process of banking activities to be conducted on site in the branches itself. So in the future itself, technology is rapidly switched from a challenge to become a strong enabler. I think that's the important mindset. So we have to develop a customer-centric business model with optimization of distribution channel. As I mentioned, again, the transformation is taking place, and banking sector is trying to adjust to that. If you read the news, the way that you look forward, especially with the closure of some of the branches of the banks, both conventional and Islamic bank, is actually toward that optimization of distribution channel, because they see some of the if you try to calculate it, branch mostly do administration work. 75% of their work are administration, and 25% are related to the business itself. But along the way in the future, I think the productivity level of the branches will be enhanced. So those branches that doesn't have the potential to go further might have to be simplified and digitalized. So in that matter, we are there to simplify business model and operational aspect. And importantly for Islamic Bank is still within the area of optimizing huge market of Indonesian person segmentation with its Sharia service, to prioritize innovation and other supporting capabilities and being proactive in improving digital security. To that, I end my presentation. Thank you. I welcome any queries or any questions. I'll return back to the Miss Arum. Thank you, Miss Arum.
Okay. Thank you so much, Pak Banjaran, for sharing a very insightful presentation about how is the landscape of Sharia banking in Indonesia, especially in Bank Syariah Indonesia. So I think I will over you. Do you want to have a question and answer directly right now, or at the end of all of the speakers?
Right now will be okay.
Okay.
I
Okay.
think before I forget.
Yes. Okay. So I think there are plenty of questions. I'm going to choose 3 questions. So we can, because of the time constraint. So this is a question from Firman Nursandi. He said that I believe and I think something that can make Indonesia become prosperous for everyone with the capital letter is make small and middle business, which is 6 millions of UMKM. So it is important to support UMKM. And his question is, what Bank Syariah Indonesia program to support UMKM and what achievement of BSI in the support of UMKM in this digital era? Please.
Do you want to pull the question together so that just mention 3 questions and then we can go forward?
Okay. That's the first question. The second question from Ika Dia Chandra Arifa, how to manage risks that came together with the digitalization of banking, since Indonesia is known as the most vulnerable country in data security. And also, can you explain more about the development stage of Indonesian digital banking with blockchain technology? And how is it possible if it's applied in the next 5 or 10 years?
That's only 2?
One more from Yesiana. She wants to ask some question. Based on your opinion, what is the prospect of Islamic bank transformation and Sharia-based fintech in the future in Indonesia? And what is the difference of Sharia-based fintech characteristic in Indonesia and other country? Yes, that's two, three.
Okay. Sorry, there's another one that I saw. Let me answer from the last question, yes, because it's the light one. So, if what is the prospect of Islamic bank transformation and Sharia-based fintech in the future of Indonesia? What is the different? I guess the way that we see it, if you try to compare it with the conventional bank, I guess I have to say in terms of the industry, it still have a lot to catch up. But it is only because of many different reasons, one of which is related to the age of the industry that is quite young. And the second of it, it's also related to the capitalization itself. So in order to transform, it requires capital to help support the program in which enables investment in bringing together technology into space. And I guess if you look into how the Indonesia can advance, it is pretty much on how it can actually adjust toward the condition of the market, with still 20 something percent, close to 30% still not having not included within the financial sector. So the opportunity is still there in order to advance or to increase the penetration. And I guess that's actually the key. Actually, if you want to go basic and help that financial inclusion, I guess that's the potential that can bring Islamic banks and Sharia-based fintech together, and also facilitating some of the transformation within the financial industry, like moving forward into from a saving society to investment society. I guess that's something that related to the process itself. I don't know what I think. Can you still hear me? I see Arum.
Yes.
Your phrase. Okay.
Yes.
What is the difference of Sharia-based fintech characteristic in Indonesia and other countries? I guess it is different on the matters of the problem itself. I guess if you look into the issue of Sharia fintech or not, in different part of the world, it actually tailors to the problem that exists in the ground. If you try to compare, for instance, like the fintech, normal fintech, for instance, in Bangladesh or Pakistan, pretty much they are looking into financing group of individual and giving them asset to be utilized and to become productive. I guess within that, that's actually similar manner, but the way they do it is different. Because, for instance, Indonesia, the landscape, because of a huge agricultural area, as well as big numbers of small medium enterprises, we might see that in terms of how things are working, especially with the rising of digitalization and e-commerce, they try to push forward for those small medium enterprises that can actually tap into the market and help them with providing financing for working capital. And that brings me to the second question related to where is it? Indonesia became prosperous. Everyone makes small and middle business, which is 6 million. No, it's 64 million. 64 million. So it's not only 6 million in UMKM Indonesia. It's 60 to 64 million. That's based on the data released by the Ministry of Small Enterprises. So in that, there is still ample spaces for not only Bank Syariah Indonesia, but for any banks to support. But I guess, again, if we look into, I still connect to my previous answer, it is important for the small medium enterprise to get familiar with the financial sector and financial sector requirement in supporting, because some of the challenges is pretty much like, for instance, on the recording transaction, for instance, or on the accounting side. For financial sectors, they might need to see enterprise that can show their balance, how they make payments, how healthy is their business, are they progressing? Because without that data, then it might be difficult for businesses to, especially the financial institution, to work on that. And I guess in some part of Indonesia, BSI is already developing an UMKM center, like small medium enterprise centers, to not only equip these small medium enterprises, especially we targeted Aceh, because Aceh is pretty much a place where we are the backbone of the economy itself. So in this matter, some of the program related to that UMKM center is still on the line. But bear in mind that the BSI is still in the process of merging for operational one. So I guess if you ask what's coming after, perhaps there will be more productive programs post merger, post we call it customer day one at the end of September, October. And the last one, in terms of data security, Indonesia digital banking with blockchain technology, how possible it will be applied in the next 5 to 10 years. I think we still have to approach these issues with an open mind. That of course, security is still an issue. That's why if any of those new development in the industry with institution developing a security-based mechanism, that will be much appreciated. And I guess something that taking place, perhaps I can only mention into the banking sector, because banking sector is very heavily regulated. With that heavy regulation, that comes as well with a strict data security. But of course, the standard will be different with other financial institution, because that financial institution will not be imposed by a requirement set within the banking sector. Now the question is how blockchain technology can be transferred. I think it will start with open banking with a closed loop blockchain mechanism, if I can call it. But to go beyond that closed loop, it may take sometimes beyond 5 years, I reckon. Because Indonesia, the way that things are developed is always start with the very small in the retail, then it moves forward. It really happens when initiative or a disruption is taking place within a big landscape. I guess that answered the last question. Arun?
Yeah, thank you very much, Pak Banjaran, for answering those 3 questions. I think we have enough time for discussion with Bank Syariah Indonesia, with Pak Banjaran. So if I may conclude this presentation, so he's talking about mostly the how digitalization rapidly, how COVID-19 rapidly changed, and it is inevitable for banking, especially Sharia banking, to not consider digitalization as a main important thing. So I think before we move on to the next speaker, I have one question for you. Do you think Bank Syariah Indonesia will implement a digital banking in the next 2 or 3 years? I mean, digital banking like Bank Jago, Neocommerce, or other thing like BCA. BCA now have BCA by Blue. So do you think Bank Syariah Indonesia will launch something like that?
If you what you mentioned is exactly like that, perhaps it will take a year. I think we start from the difference between Bank Jago perhaps and the existing one. With Bank Jago itself, it focus on acquiring customers. With the existing bank, they can focus on the current customers that they have, the current clients that they have in the. So I think with Bank Syariah Indonesia, that it focus on enhancing the usage of the platform, the digital platform that we have. But I think some of the things that we might introduce, we plan to introduce, I think, a super app somewhere next year. But along the way with digital banking, I think it has to be assessed in a due manner. The idea is we already have like 15 million customers, but the percentage of the usage of the digital banking still have a lot of opportunity to raise. So we focus on what's inside us, maintain what we have, and along the way doing acquisition with the strategy that we have and channel along the way. I guess that's pretty much the way that we look forward. And I'm not sure. I don't know whether that's something that you look into, but I guess the strategy can change depending on the situation itself. And importantly, Bank Syariah Indonesia committed to want to do that by acquiring talent, because some of those requirements that we have, we don't have the talent, and there is things coming up that might boost that confidence level into talents that we have, bringing those people from some of the renowned startup coming to Bank Syariah Indonesia. It might be the earliest one, but what's after that, we need to discuss with these people after that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is interesting to hear, and we see that more and more conventional bank trying to like adapt and adjust with the digitalization. Okay, thank you so much, Pak Banjaran, for sharing today. I assume that you have another meeting to go, so if you like to stay until the end of the session, feel free to stay, and if you need to leave for the meeting, feel free also to leave. Thank you so much for sharing. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
All right. So now we are going to move to our next speaker, which is Professor Dr. Jamal Othman, and he is currently a professor of economics at the Faculty of Economics and Management at Universitas Kebangsaan Malaysia, or UKM. And then Professor Jamal received his Master of Science and PhD in Agricultural and Applied Economics from the University of Georgia, Athens, United States of America. He was a visiting researcher or research fellow at the University of Georgia, Gajah Mada University in Yogyakarta, and then Aalborg University in Denmark and Göteborg University in Sweden. He has taught many of the microeconomics classes, advanced microeconomics, applied resource policy, and project analysis. And his research interest has been mainly in the areas of environmental economics, also economic sustainability, economic integration, and resource policy. So yes, at the moment, Professor Jamal currently serves as Deputy President for the Academy of Professor Malaysia. So please welcome Professor Jamal Othman. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Professor Jamal.
Thank you, Bu Arum. Assalamualaikum, good morning, salam sejahtera, selamat pagi, and perhaps Sugeng Enjang to the local community in Malang. And I'd like to, say my appreciation to the organizing committee, for me to be able to be here to make a sharing with all other esteemed fellow speakers, as well as all the distinguished participants. Thank you so much for that. And I thought the Secretariat is helping me with the slides, with the presentation materials.
Yes. Please, Pak Jeffrey. Yes.
Yeah. The title of my talk will be Post-COVID-19 Pandemic, Sustainability and Resiliency Challenges. Yeah, next, please. My perspective will be a macro one, not firm level kind of views, but more to countrywide issues. Yeah, talking about the current pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, I think everyone knows that this is very much, a health crisis, which of course has great repercussions on the economy as well as our social life, because health and well-being and the economy, they just cannot be separated. And that's the reason why it is difficult to explain the kind of character in terms of economic behavior that we are seeing now, because it is very different from, the previous many global crises, such as the crisis of 1985, 1998, and 2009, where we could explain quite well in terms of, the fundamental weaknesses in terms of economic structure. But not the kind of crisis that we are seeing now is very much induced by the so-called health risks. And therefore, we have lockdowns, we have movement control, and this is a kind of common approach adopted by countries worldwide, and that affects, global supply and demand, particularly the global supply chain, which has been disrupted. But I'm not going to talk more on that thing. I'd like to actually pose the question: what will all this COVID-19 pandemic means in terms of post-pandemic economic scenario, particularly the question of whether or not we are going to still adopt the conventional wisdom, the current wisdom, which is basically growing GDP, rather than looking into a new paradigm, new criteria, new characteristic that would characterize much of what we wanted in life. So the issue is whether or not we still want to grow GDP in the post-pandemic scenario, or to change our development paradigm to adopt perhaps a more realistic and more humanistic kind of development paradigm. And what shall be the policy imperative? In terms of policy imperative, I must say here that I'm not going to talk, in a comprehensive manner about how to approach the new situation, which is the post-pandemic, post-COVID pandemic scenario. I'm going to talk about just one thing, which is the need for us to look into beyond GDP measure. Next slide, please. Yeah, I know this is difficult to control because this is in PDF. And this is just the statistic for Malaysia. We're just looking at the GDP growth for Malaysia of last year as compared to 2019 and the previous years. Is really going to be very much creating a lot of despair. If we think that GDP is something that reflects what we wanted, although I must say GDP is a very important measure that measures or that reflects, the size of our economy, whether or not the production of our economic goods and services is increasing over time. That is important, no doubt. But as you will see shortly, I'm not going to advocate growing GDP in the post-COVID-19 scenario, but rather I will advocate growing something else. Next slide, please. Yeah, I'm sorry for this. Yeah, this shows the common remedies adopted by many countries, of course, including Malaysia. We aim to be able to protect employment through wage subsidies and so on, protecting our SMEs, the small and medium enterprises. In Indonesia, you call it UKM, usaha kecil menengah. It so happens it's just like the abbreviation for my university, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. So we have loan moratorium, grants with subsidies in order to protect our SMEs, and we also have cash transfers and loan moratorium to sustain private consumption, and we maintain the essential public services. We provide production incentives, particularly for the food sector, and of course the digital transformation. And we are seeing that very significantly being evolved in Malaysia, and the earlier speaker was talking about that too. And of course we are seeing much higher fiscal deficit, just like in many other countries too. And these are the common measures during the current crisis. Next slide. Yeah, this is something that shows the fluctuations in our GDP growth, the Malaysian GDP growth, which has been very much fueled by external factors, particularly the inflows of FDIs, especially in the era of the 90s, where there were a lot of FDIs flowing into the economy, and our economy was growing at close to 9% until the economic financial crisis came. Sorry, the Asian financial crisis came in the late 90s, and also our economy has been fueled a lot by the use of cheap labor inputs, cheap foreign labor coming in, and now we are seeing problems. If we talk about GDP as a measure of our prosperity, then we are facing a lot of challenge actually. Less FDI is coming into our economy, and also in terms of the reliance on foreign labor is giving us a lot of challenges as well. Next slide. That's actually one reason why we may not want to actually look at GDP as the most important measure of our progress. We wanted a measure that would reflect genuine or true progress, and that will not be GDP apparently. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Just scroll down here.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, this is something which again reflects how open our economy is. I mean, the Malaysian economy, and very much, the value of trade is more than 100% of our GDP, very consistently, and for that matter, in terms of resilience, in terms of sustainability, I think that gives us a lot of challenges, especially when you talk about whether or not we shall go for resiliency or sustainability, which require different kind of processes. But this is the reality now facing Malaysia and very much of other countries as well, due to the interconnected economy, interconnected global economy, where we talk about global supply chain that characterize much of the economies of the world. And next slide. This slide is showing the reliance of the Malaysian economy on China. For example, imports from China represents, I think now is more than 16% of our GDP, and is our major trading partner. That characterize the importance of trade and the integrated global economy in terms of economic development and growth. And we know that when the SARS hit China in 2003, China's GDP to world GDP was only 4%, and now China's GDP to world GDP is close to 20%, and then you can see how important China's economy is to the world economy, such that the projected growth in world GDP is actually much caused by the growth in Chinese GDP because of its sheer economic size. And of course, you can see the boxes on the right there, which shows how much of these imports from China especially goes to the producers, investors, households, and government. And this kind of interlinkages can be seen, elsewhere in all our countries. Countries are looking at this kind of interlinkages to see how linked their economy is to the rest of the world. And next slide. Yes, next slide. Now, what's ahead? Global GDP is projected to grow by 4%. Sorry, global GDP was growing at -4% last year, but this year global GDP is projected to grow by between 5 to 6%, and this is very encouraging because that would reflect that we are on the road to recovery post pandemic COVID-19, and But then the crucial question, as I posed earlier, is shall we grow GDP, post pandemic scenario? Shall we think that our policies, our processes shall be directed towards growing GDP, product domestic bruto in Indonesia, you call it? And then we may go back to the square one in terms of looking at the processes that are required to grow our GDP. Shall we be thinking along that line? Or shall we look at some other dimension which would reflect what we really wanted as human beings, which is basically well-being, welfare, kesejahteraan, happiness, that kind of stuff. And for that matter, we will see that the GDP cannot be used to reflect welfare, well-being, or genuine progress in general. And it was not even designed to reflect social well-being or welfare. Yes, it was designed to reflect the size of an economy, the value of marketed goods and services produced by an economy over a year. But it's not going to be a good indicator to reflect whether or not we are on the path of sustainability or on the path of genuine progress or the path of kesejahteraan. Next slide, please. Now, let's look at this very nice quote from a Nobel laureate, Joseph Stiglitz, an American economist. He said very clearly, GDP tells you nothing about sustainability. And, the irony is that what you measure affects what you do. What you're doing really is based on what you wanted to measure or what you wanted to achieve, right? So if you don't measure the right thing, you don't do the right thing. So if you are not measuring, whether or not we are on the path of genuine progress, then we are not doing the right thing. If we are measuring GDP growth, yes, then we will do, we will undertake the various processes, various economic policies and strategies so that our GDP will grow. But is that the right thing? I was saying earlier, yes, it is. GDP will reflect the size of the economy, the size of the material aspect of our welfare, yes, but in terms of overall genuine progress, it may not be so. Next slide, please. So what GDP cannot measure? I must say that this kind of discourse about what GDP can measure and what GDP cannot measure is not yet a standard topic in any macroeconomics books, okay? Normally, they just talk about the GDP, the way we see it, the way we understand it, but not in terms of whether or not GDP can reflect genuine progress or true progress. But we are moving towards that, and I believe under, given this COVID-19 pandemic, we are seeing many new things. We have started to see that we need to do things differently. And in the context of macroeconomic measure, we are now looking at beyond GDP measure. But let us see what GDP cannot measure briefly. First, I must say GDP has been a very useful measure to reflect the size of an economy. Okay, that's very useful, I must say that, but it was actually not designed to measure true progress, well-being, or prosperity. And the main weaknesses of GDP are, first, it fails to separate the cost from benefits. For example, the pollution cleanup expenditures. Let's say many of our rivers were polluted due to economic activities, and the government came in and spent a lot of money to clean up the rivers. That expenditure, that much of money spent to clean up the pollution would go directly to GDP. But does it create new welfare? Does it create new happiness? Yeah, we may be happy, of course, but that happiness is actually, a kind of baseline happiness. It's not a new created kind of welfare. So what the government is doing is actually to take us back to our original well-being, our original state of welfare. It's not a new form of well-being being created. And secondly, it fails to distinguish welfare-enhancing activities from harmful ones, like alcohol consumption. I guess most traditions, most culture would agree, not all maybe, but I think most culture would agree that alcohol consumption may not be good, may not be welfare enhancing. The same with smoking. I'm sorry to say this, not all perhaps, but I think generally we can say that smoking would not enhance well-being, although it creates some other kind of multiplier effects in the economy. So GDP does not recognize this. The more you smoke, the more you consume all these, things which are deemed maybe not good from the cultural point of view or religious point of view, may actually lead to GDP increases. And number three, it does not recognize the value of unpaid activities, informal activities, charitable work, the work of, ormas, organisasi massa di Indonesia, or NGOs, non-governmental organizations. They do a lot of good things, but they don't get captured by our GDP. And how about the contribution of suri-suri rumah tangga, ibu rumah tangga yang membantu suami, yang memasak, menjaga anak-anaknya, mengurus rumah tangga. Ini adalah kontribusi yang penting, very important contribution to household welfare, in the end, community welfare, and of course, in the end, national welfare. It starts from, that simple institution, so-called keluarga, family institution, but their contribution never gets recognized in our GDP, although it's very important in terms of welfare. Now, the fourth, GDP emphasizes national income on average and ignores very much in terms of wealth distribution, income distribution. And this is very, very crucial. Our economy may not be sustainable if we ignore this aspect of wealth distribution or income disparity. And of course, GDP ignores depletion in man-made capital, depletion in our minerals, our natural resources. The more you extract your oil and gas, yes, it goes to your GDP, but as your stock of oil and gas gets depleted, that is not captured by GDP. And you know that the wealth of a country is also characterized by the stock of its natural wealth in possession. And that's not at all captured by GDP. And of course, the last thing is it ignores degrading social episodes such as breakdown of family institutions, the cost of crime and traffic accidents. These are very important very important variables that goes directly into our welfare, but apparently, it's not, of course, for because of the design of GDP, it doesn't capture such kind of social degrading episodes. The more of our family institutions break down, it just creates so much depression on many people, but that you don't see that being captured by GDP, of course, by the virtue of the design of GDP. Next slide. Then I'd like to talk about one example of beyond GDP measure. There are many beyond GDP measures, but one of it is known as a genuine progress indicator, GPI, and I like to call it genuine prosperity indicator, although its original name is genuine progress indicator. But what that is, first, it estimates the economic welfare of a country by integrating the three dimensions, the economic dimensions, social dimensions, and ecology dimensions. It integrates all these three dimensions in one single measure. And this is beautiful. It's not separate, but it's being integrated in one single measure known as the GPI. And all of the elements in GPI are expressed in monetary values. The way GDP is all in dollars and cents, so that it becomes very intuitive to us, so that we can see the scale of the importance of things when they are expressed in dollars and cents. And it it provides a remedy to the weaknesses which is inherent in our GDP measure. And in the end, it is something that would help us, to reflect or to make us mindful whether or not our economy is moving on the path of true progress or prosperity. That's most important. And it is actually my take in this sharing, to look into this aspect of beyond the GDP measure. Next slide. Next slide, please. This is an illustration of the estimates for GPI for Malaysia. And this is quite an old study, and therefore I look at just the period from 1990 to 2016. And that dotted blue line, KDNK, is GDP. This is the Malaysian term for GDP. Keluaran dalam negara kasar. In Indonesia is Product Domestic Bruto, PDB. And the green one is the GPI calculated for Malaysia. And look at, that blue line is very much lower than GDP in terms of the absolute value. But in terms of the growth, this is very much encouraging. Of course, this is up to 2016. And I would like to encourage you to look into the literature of this and how this can be estimated and how this will be useful with the GDP statistics. And next slide. Back to the previous one. I took out a couple of slides on on GPI. And, you can actually calculate the per capita GPI for your country and for any country. And that is important because it can be compared with that of GDP per capita. And you can also see that what income distribution means, what wealth inequality means, because income distribution is captured very explicitly in the estimation of GPI, but not in GDP. And you can also look at the contribution of ibu-ibu suri rumah tangga, working, helping the family. That's actually one of the biggest component of GPI actually. And you can also look at the cost of traffic accidents, the cost of family institution breakdown, the cost of theft, robbery, and so on, and including, of course, the various various pollutions, environmental pollution, as well as degradation in our natural resources. And for Malaysia, fortunately, is positive and growing very well, like GDP. But during the pandemic, from my initial calculation, is actually very tremendous effect on GPI due to the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic. Next slide. This is about a question on, is globalization still relevant? Well, we talked about GPI with GDP, and in the end, globalization, which is reflected in terms of investment and trade flows, will be seen in our GDP statistic. And also, it will lead to the question of whether or not it is sustainable or things like that. I must say, yes, globalization is something that we cannot move against. It's just a characteristic of the contemporary world economic, contemporary economy in general. You cannot go against the trend. And in the context of ASEAN, which is we are all in ASEAN, and it's going to be relevant. And I would like to see that ASEAN is perhaps the most important multilateral kind of framework that we need to strengthen in terms of resiliency, in terms of sustainability. We'd like to see more FDIs, within our ASEAN economy, but focusing on the linkage with the domestic economy, not just FDIs without strong linkages with the domestic economy. So we like to see, within ASEAN, this kind of FDR is flowing within ASEAN, but link up with the domestic economy, not separated, not ASEAN as a place to produce final goods without strong links in terms of intersectoral linkages with the domestic economy. Next slide. And I will like to also highlight, in the next slide, please, the importance of, within ASEAN, particularly Indonesia, Malaysia bilateral relationship. This has not been actually much capitalized. We have not taken, sufficient advantage of our background in terms of cultural and religious affinity, linguistic commonality. I myself speak Javanese. I speak all the 3 levels of Javanese. And then geography, proximity, a common and shared history, Alam Melayu, Alam Nusantara, things like that. I think we have not been really taking full advantage of this kind of affinity in the context of ASEAN. So therefore, if we want to relate this with sustainability and resiliency, perhaps we need to look into Malaysia and Indonesia differently. It's quite contentious. It's going to be a long debate, but I'd like to provoke our thoughts about the fact that we are not doing enough in terms of taking advantage or taking opportunity from this kind of background. Next slide, please. A way forward for Malaysia-Indonesia bilateral economic relations. First, we may want to establish a common integrated bilateral cooperation framework. Within ASEAN, let's have this special dimension, special kind of bilateral cooperation, just between Malaysia and Indonesia. It shall cover all aspects, including the various non-tariff measures. And this is still crucial. For example, halal certification. We need to have a common criterion. Even in terms of wakaf development, when I look at wakaf from the Nusantara perspective, not just Malaysia or Indonesia. And what we want is actually diversification and more robust supply chain. And so once we link up together, in terms of, for example, the various inputs that are used to generate our economic processes, then I think our economic growth will be more robust. And I talk about FDRs. We wanted to see FDRs between Malaysia and Indonesia that link up with domestic or regional supply and value chain, including the use of TKIs, the foreign labor, Indonesian gas or migrant workers in Malaysia. There is a need to look into this issue differently in terms of sustainability and resiliency. And we need to address the major recurring issues that recur, all the time, keep repeating the issue of, I call it externalities, economic and social externalities. For example, the roles of TKI in our plantation sector. We need to look at it differently in light of resiliency and sustainability, and of course, in light of, cultural cooperation and more close economic kind of relation between the two, brotherly nations, including commonalities in approaches such as the RSPO, Roundtable Sustainable Palm Oil, and we have our own Malaysian MSPO, Malaysian Sustainable Palm Oil, and of course Indonesia has the ISPO. So we like to see into the commonalities, not being different, but try to synergize our approach in terms of looking at how to address the various concerns on our oil palm sector, which is one of our most important agricultural sectors in Malaysia and Indonesia. And establish common policies and pertinent macro measures to move our economy towards resiliency and sustainable well-being, as I said earlier. Why not we both champion it? We cannot work on it alone or single-handedly. We need to have friends to work on it together. We establish a common platform common policies and so on. And on the agriculture sector, we may want to look at agriculture sector from the viewpoint of multifunctionality, not just agriculture sector that produces food or commodities, but it links with, with rural resources, rural vitality, rural ecology, and so on, as including cultural aspect. So if we can have a common policy on this, then I think we can be champion in this regard and leading the ASEAN in the ASEAN region, and of course, hopefully the whole world, in terms of looking at agriculture differently, not like in the way we look at agriculture similar to industrial goods, but actually agriculture is different. It cannot be seen as similar to industrial goods in the way we analyze the competitiveness daya saing pertanian. Tidak harus sama dengan melihat daya saing industri, but because the character of agriculture is different. It's just about life. Whereas industries, they produce something else, and they move around. They're very dynamic. Of course, the lastly is about e-commerce, particularly not the kind of the conventional e-commerce, but e-commerce for the trade of developmental goods. Developmental goods are defined here as goods produced by our, Wong Chili, by our Marhain people, the villagers. They produce a lot of nice things related to their culture, and we actually value them very highly. Why not we have a common kind of platform that promotes this kind of developmental goods, and this kind of goods shall not be governed by the conventional trade regimes like WTO, because they are special. They represent the Nusantara culture. So preserve them, protect them, but we may want to spur that sector so that it becomes a kind of livelihood, a kind of means that would help the Wong Chili, the rural people, the Marhain people. Next slide. And way forward for Malaysia then ASEAN. This is my last slide. Still about a macro aspect, because I'm an economist dealing with macroeconomics basically. First, I like to see that Malaysia and ASEAN, of course, Indonesia, most importantly, to establish policies and pertinent macro measures to move the economy towards resiliency and sustainable well-being, not growth-oriented policies. So far, what we have understood about the term resiliency and sustainable well-being is being able to maintain our GDP growth. That to me, while it is important, yes, being able to maintain our GDP growth is important, but it does not reflect, the character of what do we call strictly economic resiliency or economic sustainability. When you talk about sustainability, it has to do with welfare, it has to do with the ecology, and of course, the economic dimension also. Not just the economic dimension as reflected by GDP, but unfortunately, we have a wrong kind of misconception about the economy that moves toward resiliency and sustainability is not actually about GDP, about the bigger things which affects the way we like to govern our life is in the end about happiness, kesejahteraan, well-being, social welfare, that kind of stuff. So that's my first proposal. Secondly, it's very much related. That's due to my passion about it. Is let us grow well-being and economic resiliency policy oriented. It's beyond GDP, which is more critical nowadays, post-COVID-19 scenario. Let us strengthen the roles of the agricultural sector, not in terms of looking at the export statistic, not looking at in terms of the employment opportunities or multiplier effects. Well, they are important, they will remain important, but look at it from the viewpoint of multifunctionality of agriculture. It links with our culture, it links with rural vitality, no agriculture, no rural areas, no rural resources. This is why I like that of Indonesia, particularly in Java. You see the land area allocated to agriculture, they wouldn't allow any settlement there. It's just reserved for agriculture. And that's something where in Malaysia is quite lacking. And especially for food, it's meant not just for food security, but also for food sovereignty. But of course, we can link up, we can form corporations so that we can meet this kind of food security and food sovereignty dimension. Fiscal resiliency and broader tax base. We cannot go all the way going for bigger expansionary fiscal or expansionary budget, bigger and bigger fiscal deficit. That's not going to be sustainable. So we need to go for fiscal resiliency and broader tax base. Next is the importance to empower community-based economics. Just now the speaker mentioned a lot about this, about using the various Islamic instruments, which apparently has not been much understood and much applied. Wakaf in particular is such a strategic instrument, but apparently has not been much being implemented in rightly. And this community-based economics approaches should apply not only at the country level, but more importantly, I must say more importantly, at the community level, including business entities. Not just looking at about how the environment is being incorporated in the various planning of business entities, and how we talk about sustainability criteria, how that has been incorporated, but not, let's look at how business entities, has looked into the use of the various community-based tools like Wakaf, Zakat as well, and that shall also be an important criteria of business performance that should be reported in their annual report. And digital transformation is a must, and we cannot go back. It's going to be something that characterizes our future economy. And lastly, we are still in this pandemic era, and Malaysia is still under lockdown. I cannot even go back to my village and looking at the way it goes, and I believe, and many people believe also, that in the end, we need to consider COVID-19 pandemic as an endemic, not a pandemic anymore, but it may be seen as a usual thing, the typical thing, although we need to take precaution, we still need to take, to observe the standard operating procedure, but life goes on, the economy shall be open, social activity shall be open, but of course with precautions, and we need to live with it. We need to consider COVID-19 as endemic, perhaps. Well, I think those are my thoughts, Madam Moderator and fellow speakers, as well as all distinguished participants. Thanks so much for giving me the opportunity to make the sharing. Yeah, that's all, Bu Arum.
Thank you so much, Pak Professor Jamal Othman from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Thank you so much for the insightful presentation. Before we move to the next session, could we all panelists turn on your camera? We are going to have a photo session. We're going to screenshot the screen. So please turn on your camera, and yeah, thank you so much. Probably for Professor Kase, if you are comfortable in turning on your camera. All right, thank you so much. We're going to share screen. Bapak Ibu dosen yang lain, monggo kami persilakan untuk on camera dulu, nggih. Mau di screenshot. Oke, baik. I will counting 1, 2, 3. Second slide. I will count 1, 2, 3. Right. Thank you so much. So, for Professor Jamal, would you like us to have question answered right now or at the end of the session after all
I think I
keynote
prefer
speaker?
right now because I have another session very soon.
Professor Jamal?
Yeah, I prefer now because very
All
soon I
right,
have another session.
no problem. So we already have, yes. So we have already plenty of questions for you. So the first one is from our own lecturer, Mr. Bagyo. He's asking about how business management prepares to anticipate the recurrence of this pandemic in the future and how we should rating management.
Yeah, in terms of adaptation due to the very unusual kind of scenario that we are living in now, I guess we cannot run away from talking about the importance of the digital economy, digitalization, e-commerce, things like that, linking up with our customers, with our producers, and with the entire supply chain via the digital economy. There's no substitute to that. Even among farmers, particularly among the koperasi, the farmer institution, they need to be educated. They need to be provoked, basically, in terms of the importance of looking into this kind of digital economy very substantially. There's no substitute to that. It will remain so even after the even after the pandemic is over. Although we would, of course, love to go back to the old days as human beings. I think we all understand that. But the digital economy will remain so, with or without the pandemic. That's my take.
Okay, thank you. We are moving to the second question from Ika Dia. May I know how Malaysian government encourage industry to apply SDGs into their business strategy? Is there any incentive, reward, or other policy to boost sustainability movement in Malaysia? Very good question.
Yeah, perhaps it needs a special session on this. But basically, what the Malaysian government is providing in terms of assistance is, especially to the SMEs, the small and medium enterprises. We offer them wage subsidies. We offer them a loan moratorium, penangguhan kredit itu jangan dia bayar sekarang tapi nanti dulu gitu ya, moratorium of loans, and we also provide grants as well as incentives, cheap loans in order to spur up activities such as food production. So, and also incentive, very kind of substantial incentive to actually move to more digitalization, to really move into the digital economy in a significant way. Yeah, these are just the brief things that I can say here.
Okay. And the third question from Audia Vidya Sandiva Kaltanda, she said that not all SMEs or traders or people who do trade know about digitalization. How to generalize all SME to infallibly know the technology so that e-commerce spurring can run smoothly?
Yeah, it's basically the e-platform, right? The various online platform. You can start with what is already there. I believe Indonesia has a number of such online platforms, and in the medium run, maybe you can start having your own customized platform that would suit your needs. If you're working with the cooperatives, then perhaps you would want to develop a customized platform for that purpose. And I can see that Indonesia is quite ahead in terms of the use of online platforms. You have Ojek, you have this Grab as well, right? I think you have the Indonesian one a couple of years ago. I forgot the name of it. But it's a matter of developing the application, the platforms, starting with what is already there. I don't have much to say about that in specific.
Right. Yes. So I think that's all from the question. Actually, we have one question more. Would you like to answer this one? Actually, the similar question, what can we do to supporting digital transformation during the pandemic?
What is needed to spur? Very importantly is because digital transformation is kind of externalities and it requires substantial government intervention in the first place. So it's basically, the role, or rather the responsibility of government to provide sufficient allocation in order to spur the basic infrastructure. And it cannot be left to just the private sector alone. And even for 5G, and Malaysia is moving towards 5G in a big way, and a lot of government intervention is there in terms of providing the various incentives. So it's the role of government is crucial here to provide to start with the basic infrastructure.
Right. Right. Thank you so much for your question and answer session, Professor Jamal Othman. On behalf of the Department of Management, I would like to say thank you very much for sharing and coming today in our virtual conference. We were going to move to the next session. If Professor Jamal wants to leave because you have another agenda, feel free to leave. And if you want to still continue to see another keynote speakers, feel free to stay. All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah, matter known.
All right. We are going to move to the next session. We apologize for the delay from the opening conference. So we're going to move next to our next speaker, outstanding speaker from Graduate School of Strategic Management, Professor Ryoko Toyama. He's educated on the doctoral in corporate strategy in the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. He's also getting his Master of Commerce from Hitsubashi University of Japan. And she's got the Bachelor of Commerce from Hitsubashi University of Japan as well. And her working experience at the moment, Professor Toyama is a professor at Graduate School of Strategic Management, Chuo University in Japan. And she has also published a lot of papers and books related with knowledge management from Ikujiro Nonaka, for example. And then she has also published a lot of paper in terms of strategy, knowledge management, and technology management. So please welcome Professor Ryoko Toyama. Good morning, Professor.
Good morning. Thank you. So today I'm going to talk about knowledge creation, and because I do a research about knowledge. So why I'm talking about knowledge, Peter Drucker says in his book Post-Capitalist Society, he says we need an economic theory that puts knowledge into the center of the wealth producing process. Such a theory alone can explain the present economy. It alone can explain economic growth. It alone can explain innovation. Innovation here means not just new technology, but it means new value. Without creating new value, we cannot achieve the economic growth. And to create new value, we need to create new knowledge. And that's why today I'm talking about knowledge. So what is knowledge? In Western epistemology, it is defined as a justified true belief. So it says the belief must be true and the truthfulness must be justified. So how do we know what is truth and how we can justify the truthness? As a long discussion, but today I'm going to focus on the first thing, the belief. Knowledge starts with belief. No belief, no knowledge. So knowledge is not just like other assets or other resources. it is not just existing outside of us. It starts within us, what we believe. So let me talk about the example. So this is, the Steve Jobs from Apple. And the Apple became world famous when they introduced the world first graphic user interface in their PC, personal computer. But the technology itself was not developed by Apple. It was developed by Xerox. So Steve Jobs visited Xerox Power Out Research Center Park, and he saw the first computer, the prototype of the graphic user interface and mouse there. So he said, it was the best thing I'd ever seen in my life. Within 10 minutes, it was obvious to me that all computers would work like this someday. So here he had this belief. All the computers in the world would work like this someday. It was not true at that time. No computer was like that. It was just a prototype in a laboratory. But he had this belief. And he and his team made it a truth. Now, the technology was developed by Xerox. But Xerox people did not have such belief. For them, it was an interesting new gadget, interesting new technology, but they did not have belief about how it changed the world. So for the innovation, to create a new value, you need to have this belief about how the value you create would change the world. So what is knowledge again? So knowledge is subjective. It is not the object outside of us. It is a subjective thing that based on our belief, and it is context specific, depends on the context. And it is process relational, that means it is created in social interactions. We cannot create knowledge alone. Even when we work alone, we are interacting with our past knowledge. We need to see the needs and demands of our customers. We need to interact with our environment. So knowledge is created in social interactions. This is a very important concept. And it is also aesthetic because knowledge is created by endless pursuit of truth, goodness, and beauty. What is true? What is good? What is beautiful? And it depends on our belief on that. And that is why it is context specific, because what is truth, what good and beauty depends on the context. What is good for me might not be good for you. What was good 10 years ago might not be good today. What is good today might not be good 10 years later. So it is a context-specific thing. And knowledge is created through practice. So to create knowledge, we think we need something called ba. Ba in Japanese roughly means place or space, but it is not just a physical space. The ba is a shared context for knowledge creation, because again, knowledge is context specific. And to create knowledge, we need to understand such context. So ba is a context that is shared by participants to create new meanings. So this is the concept of ba. So on the physical or virtual space, we have mental space. And on the mental space, we have a shared context that is ba. Okay. So what is a good ba? That means, what is a good ba for knowledge creation? So there are several conditions. First, good ba needs to be self-organizing. That is, autonomy is very important. You have to decide on your own way. And that actually affects a lot about motivation of knowledge creation. If you are ordered by someone else, create knowledge, You do not want to do that. And if you do not want to do that, you cannot create knowledge. So self-organizing is very important. Social capital, care, love, trust, and safety. So researchers at Google found out that psychological safety affect a great deal on the productivity of the teams. If you do not feel safe when you are working with others, you cannot have a high performance. If you do not care about others, if you do not trust others, you cannot share knowledge because knowledge is a source of power. So if you want others to share knowledge with you and create knowledge with you, you need to gain care, love, trust from others and ensure that they have a psychological safety when they are working with others. Shared objectives and commitment. To work with others, you need to share the objectives, why you create knowledge. And everyone in the team need to be committed to that objective. Permeating boundary. You need to open up the boundary of or sometimes you need to close down the boundary according to the need. And diversity of knowledge. Diversity of knowledge is very important. If everyone thinks like you, it is very difficult to create knowledge because knowledge is created out of contradiction of different knowledge. So diversity of knowledge is important. So this is a word by the Jonathan Ive, the Senior Vice President of Apple. And he says, the way we work at Apple is that complexity of these products really make it critical to work collaboratively together with different areas of expertise, diversity of knowledge. We are located together, physical proximity. We share the same goal, shared objective, have exactly the same preoccupation with making great products. One of the other things that enable this is that we've been doing this together for many years. So they share the context, and that's why they work together. They create new products, new knowledge. So physical proximity is actually very important in knowledge creation. So there's a research by Thomas Allen. He says there's a strong negative relationship between physical distance and frequency of communication. The possibility of those who are 6 feet apart are 4 times more likely to communicate compared to those who are apart 60 feet from each other. So being close physically have a great deal of impact on how we communicate. But this is a research in 1977, so before we have a digital tools of communication. So what happens today? Actually, in the research in 2014, they found, Weber et al. Found, engineers who work in the same office are 20% more likely to communicate through digital tools compared to those who work in different offices. Now, communication through digital tools that doesn't have to be a physically close. You know, we communicate with those who are very far apart in digital tools, but still the physical distance matters. Also, in a situation which requires a high degree of collaboration, engineers in the same office communicate through email 4 times more than those who are in different offices. And they finish their project with 32% less time. So now with COVID-19, it becomes very difficult for us to be closer in a physically close distance. But to some extent, we need to ensure that sometimes we have this physical proximity. although we have digital tools. Now, but digital tools can help us. But how we meet with others have a great deal of impact on how we create knowledge. First, meeting by chance is important. When we use digital tools, we tend to have some intention, okay? Or I need to talk to this person because I need to make sure about this issue. But sometimes meeting without planning, meeting by chance, becomes a starting point of knowledge creation. This is the headquarters of Pixar Animation Studio, the animation studio that creates, for example, Toy Stories and such, world famous animation studio. And in the headquarters, this is the entrance. And they have a huge atrium here. Everyone comes through this entrance. And they have restaurants, cafeteria, mailbox, and so forth. Here, by chance, you can meet someone and you start talking with that person without planning, and that can start the new knowledge creation. So how can we ensure the chance meeting even when we use digital tools? We have to think about it. Also, digital tools can help us to create the small world network. Small world network is a kind of network that have a cluster that is the linkage among people, what we call strong ties. That is a kind of interaction that we have every day by face-to-face meeting. But also in a small world network, we have something called weak tie. Weak tie is a kind of relationship that we meet, for example, once a year. It's a very weak relationship. We can meet via digital tools, email, SNS, chat, and so forth. But weak tie is very important because weak tie can link these far apart clusters. Now, in a cluster, because we meet every day, we understand each other very well. But sometimes it is very difficult to find out new information and knowledge within this cluster. Because what I know, others in the cluster knows. But when the weak tie can link this cluster and this cluster, which is far apart, I can get new information and knowledge from other clusters. And that is why weak tie is important. Now, with digital technology, it becomes possible that far apart clusters in different countries, in different cultures, can be connected through weak ties. However, anyway, so this is what we call small world network, because the world became smaller. Now, the small world networks, we know that affects a lot on the productivity and innovativeness. So to have an innovation, we need to have a small world network. And to have a small world network, we need the strong cluster through face-to-face meeting and weak tie through digital technologies. But again, let me emphasize that technology is just a tool to help us. It is us, human beings, who create knowledge, because only human beings can have a belief. What we believe about new value. What is a value for our customers? What is a value for our society? We need to have a belief on that. And that is a starting point of the innovation. And new technology can help us. So that is my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Ryoko Toyama. Thank you for sharing about the knowledge management and about BA, how we are creating a network together and we can share or make an innovation by that knowledge. Okay, I would like to ask you, do you prefer to have a question right now or at the end of the session?
If I can, I would like to have a question right now.
Okay, all right. So, we are waiting for question. Bapak Ibu, monggo jika ada pertanyaan bisa langsung ditanyakan di kolom chat. Nanti akan saya bantu dengan bahasa Indonesia saja, tidak apa-apa. Okay, we have one question coming. According to Professor Ryoko Toyama, what is knowledge?
Again, knowledge is the justified true belief. That is what we believe, and that belief must be true. And the truthfulness must be justified. Justified means proven. And again, what is truth depends on the context. And how we prove also depends on the context. But to some extent, we need to prove that it's true in our society. But again, we need to have a belief to start with. And that is my take on the knowledge. Is it okay?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So, is anybody have another question for the professor? Faridatul Munawarah, do you have another question? Okay, I assume C doesn't have another question. So for next question from Ikadia Chandra Arifa, thank you for your presentation, Professor. Can you give some tips about managing challenges of collaborative knowledge creation in open innovation team?
In open innovation teams, it is sometimes a challenge to have shared objectives because everyone comes with their own objective, and sometimes it contradicts to each other. But without shared objectives, it is very difficult to open up to each other. And without opening up to each other to some extent, it is very difficult to have successful collaboration in knowledge creation. So how can you agree on the shared objectives, and how can you make everyone in a team, collaborative team, committed to that objective is, I think, the major challenge.
All right. Thank you so much for the insight. We do have another question from our fellow lecturer. So how do you think in one organization, if we are facing a generation gap, how do you manage the knowledge gap, and also how do we create innovation from that?
The generation gap, sometimes it's very difficult issue because some of the knowledge is created through experience. So that means if you have more experience, you can have more knowledge. But on the other hand, we have some kind of experience problem. If you have more experience, your viewpoint, your perspectives becomes fixed. And if you have more experience, it becomes more difficult for you to accept new knowledge, and that can happen. And when innovation, sometimes you need to change your perspective. And if your past experience prevents you from accepting such a new perspective, it becomes very difficult for you to create the new knowledge, to create innovation. So I think again, both needs to, the older generation and the younger generation first needs to committed to the shared objective. And both needs to see things from what is best to achieve that objective. So sometimes older generation needs to admit that your past experience might hinder you from creating innovation. because you cannot expect new knowledge. Younger generation need to accept that sometimes knowledge from past experience can help you. I think that both generation need to know that. Is it okay?
Thank you so much for the answer, Professor Toyama. Thank you so much for sharing today in our virtual conference, BISTIC 2021. I'm so glad, I'm grateful and honored that you are able to share your knowledge here with us at University of Malang. If you feel free to leave after your session, after this, and if you want to stay until the end of the conference, you will be welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, we are going to move to the next session. And the next speaker is Dr. Agus Hermawan. He is our Vice Dean, our first Vice Dean. He's graduate from Public Administration in 1986 from Brawijaya University. And then he's also graduate from Diploma for Management in 1999 from La Trobe University, Victoria, Australia. He also obtained master's degree in social science from Airlangga University in Surabaya in 1996. And then he's also get his master's degree in business in 2000 from La Trobe University, Victoria, Australia. And lastly, he got his doctorate degree in economic education in Universitas Negeri Malang. Please welcome Pak Dr. Agus Hermawan. Pak Agus, mohon maaf, mic-nya masih di mute.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you, Mbak Arum, everybody, Indonesian audience or overseas audience. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My topic today, we discuss about the digital transformation, especially on the SMEs, the role of SMEs in digital transformation. And of course, this is as a previous discussion, which I grabbed from Pak Jamal and also Pak Banjaran. They are also talking about that. And of course, the condition of our environment right now is very, very dangerous. We can go to our office, and this is a threat for us, for everybody. This is a threat actually for ourselves or our environment. But the threat is actually beside the threat, it is opportunities. So I want to see the other side, the relationship between SMEs or SMEs. Sometimes the academical in Indonesia, especially because we have a micro, small, medium, and enterprise, business enterprise. Mostly our business is small business or micro. I want to see this in terms of their behavior because of the threat of pandemic, and also I want to show to all of you, but that always have opportunities beside the pandemic. Okay. Please, the slide, Pak. Who's the slide? Pak Jeffrey, I think. Pak Jeffrey, would you mind to show the slide?
Pak
Okay,
Jeffrey.
thank you. Okay, thank you. If we are talking about pandemic, so it will be effect to the SMEs, of course. Why it is important to be discussed because of we know that right now the development of Industry 4.0 is shifting to be the Industry 5.0. The combination of production and technology, of course, the internet, something like that. The combine of this have changed the behavior of SMEs. It is now we are realized that the product is more cheaper, okay, maybe cheaper, but the society, the consumer demand to be the production demand to be higher than the competitors if we produce some product. We know that this is a challenge for us because Industry 4.0, it is involved penetration, what we call as artificial intelligence, cooperation between company in enhancing capacity or the center of universe right now. We know that 5.0 is the demand of this is to emergent to develop organization in order to competitive. And the second one is why we are discussed today is about because we have contribution of small and medium business in Indonesia in order to develop economics. Almost of the country, especially in ASEAN, if we look to ASEAN countries consisted of Singapore, Brunei, Malaysia, and Thailand, and Philippines and Vietnam, of course, and Cambodia. Maybe Singapore is the developed country, but we are still developing country. But cooperation among the ASEAN country is very important to develop together the small and medium enterprise. Based on my journal that I try to trace, almost of ASEAN country, especially if we are talking SMEs, the repression of the role of SMEs is 70 to 99% the population among the population. So this is the huge number actually. And if you look to the Europe country, this is the SMS has become the backbone of the European economics. Even though I don't mention about the number of the percentage, but in European 90%. So if we look into this data, so we can conclude that almost of every country in the world actually depend on the development of economics on the SMEs. And the last, why I use this discussion, because we know that the impact of COVID pandemic is very huge for our economics, our daily life maybe, and this is very important to be discussed. The contribution also, if you look into the data, I will show you about the data in Indonesia. The pandemic become to time to change our behavior and disruptive change. I can say about that. In the fact, we see that the SMEs in Indonesia, effectively, we have a limited digital literacy. Almost of us, of course, the SMEs is underdeveloped in terms of digital. This is the problem for us because digital need to be understand about the technology itself, and this is the behavior must be transformed into the SMEs. The challenge is how to accelerating the transition from unknown about digital to be well known of the digital. If you see the SMEs, so the manager maybe must reconstruct about their existing of policy, maybe the mindset, maybe, and also the emerging of COVID right now. Almost everyone believe that we need a dramatic change, something like that, to the behavior of business. Next, please. How about the number? Based on my searching data, this is come from Kominfo, Kementerian Informasi dan Komunikasi. So I found that the numbers of SMEs in Indonesia very huge, as I mentioned before. There are 54.2 million. So this is the numbers of SMEs very huge, and we see that the total of employment para pekerjanya is 90%. So if we heard that 1% of our total GDP is actually grabbed by the level of high level economics, it is the fact that total employment is 90%. And if we see about the absorption of the acceptance of labor force is 70%. This is also the big number. And PDP, the contribution of PDP is also very high. From this data, we realize that the role of SMEs in Indonesia is very big contribution to our wealthy. Okay, next. If we see to the GDP, so how about the contribution of SMEs? If I add with M, this means that micro also a part of SMEs. So the distribution of, if we see in rupiah, we see that the Indonesian SMEs contribute about 9 quadrillion. So this is big number of money, big money, and almost every years the involvement of SM is in terms of contribution to our GDP bigger and bigger. But it is sorry that the data is 2080, the years of 2080. So the last data. I think that right now maybe I don't have any data, but this is the fact that the contribution is very high. It means that if we look into the data, so the role of SMEs contribute up to 8 trillion. Yeah, 8 trillion. It means that just 1% from the GDP is coming from another side. About 57.8% of GDP coming from SMEs, and the rest of them is coming from the big company. Okay, next please. Pak Jeffrey, how about the effect of the pandemic to our wealthies? Community or society complain about the affected of COVID right now, the impact of company COVID to the society or to SMEs. Based on Ministry of Cooperation, there is the negative, of course, yeah, negative because there are decrease about the contribution of them or the rule of them. Declining sales 56%. Based on my research, when I was become a researcher in Sidoarjo, there are one company, the sales declining until 60%, until 60% and 90%. That's the problem for them. So they are cry about this one. They be good to obtain raw material, of course, because the distribution is have a problem when they are operational to distribute the raw material. Even though this percentage is low, but it is still the problem for the company. Distribution operational barrier also decrease, and they feel that they just complain about this in 15%. Of course, the important thing also the capital. So the access of capital 22% in terms of this one. Okay, next. How about the impact? The impact is, we see this, the data measure loss 41%. Also, this is the huge number, I think, and no impact just 11%. And loss, they lost the profit 47%. The most sector that impact, it is mentioned before by Pak Banjaran. Maybe they show the detail about the data from Bank Indonesia. Agent and intermediaries 10%. The impact sector we can see from the data of Pak Banjaran. Car and motorcycle, of course, the driver, mining, construction workers 6.7%. This data actually coming from Kementerian Informasi or Keminfo. Okay, next please. So what is the major challenge during the COVID pandemic? Of course, because the situation is very, very dangerous for us. So there are three major challenges for this one. The first one is how the challenge for supply. The second is the challenge for, just a minute. The challenge for demand, cash flow, yeah, and cash flow. If see that supply from the three major challenges, it's three major challenge. For the supply, there are social restriction because we can move to another place without any permission from the government, working from home, and logistical disruption, as my mentioned today. From the data until 31 of July, the government have implemented FEB-UM, or I can say that this is a semi lockdown because there are 4 levels, level 1, level 2, 3, and 4. The 4th is very highest risk because the red situation in some city of especially in Java, Bali, and Lampung. The government never uses the words lockdown, I think, because maybe in the term of image or mind of the society, the lockdown is very negative term. So we don't know, we don't use the government the term of lockdown. Maybe they feel that if lockdown is all the society or the people will be protected totally. It is different from Australia. Maybe right now Sydney is locked down, and some city uh, of English in English in English also English is also locked down. And the second is cash flow, because this is very difficult for the company. There are three impact: decrease of income, of course. Maybe some of you feel about that. Increase cost, decrease of income. If we are official government, it is not very to be impacted, but for the other official is very impacted. Capital loan difficulties, of course. Some of SMEs get the subsidized from government. It is the same with Malaysia. Maybe Pak Jamal explained about that. In Malaysia, they also give the incentive to the SMEs. Of course, the impact of pandemic has not decreased yet. Until now, we still see about that. This is resulted the decreased sales, of course, to the company. Company profitability also decreased, and the cash flow movement, of course, the decrease. Likewise, the investor, I think that if we want to invest our money to some of the company, also the risk is very suffer because there are potential of losses because this virus, the company slow down maybe. The third is demand. If we are talking about demand, so there are rising of unemployment, worse economic market uncertainty. In the period of August, based on my data, at least 29 million people of working age affected by the COVID. Based on the occupational employment outlook and the report of 2002, they report that unemployment rate in Indonesia reached until 7.07, and this is impact to the 138 million workforce in Indonesia. So the figure also equivalent to the 9.77 million work of rate. This is the mean that Indonesia is no longer categorized as a upper middle economics because in 2002 we still upper middle economy, but right now we know that we have already lower middle based on the report of World Bank. So this make our country, of course, very impacted by this problem. If we look to the growth of economics, we saw that we are minus 4.32 the growth of economics. Even though our president Jokowi optimistic, very optimistic to the economic growth. They mentioned that 7%, I'm not sure that we can get the percentage, because based on the prediction from the IMF, we are just the growth our economics this year maybe just 4.8 based on the report of IMF. Okay, next please. Pak. Okay, if we see the condition, the situation, we must realize that we cannot stand alone. We are not stand alone. All of the world feel about that, but we must have an opportunity to 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 make the situation from the worst thing to become an opportunity to become the good things. The supported of this one is how to increase the digital utilization for SMEs, because we know that if everybody, because they cannot move to another place freely, so the digital utilization is the key. How to COVID as the catalyst accelerating the move of the growing of online platform. That's the key. That's the key. We must learn from the bad news to become the good news. Because if we see of the data in Indonesia, Indonesia is one of the using for Facebook, the biggest one. We know that, and also Instagram. So social media, where the people can gathering together and discuss and also sharing together. The growth is the using is 44%. So video streaming, it is like what we do like now, online training. It mean that the SDM, human resource management, need to be expert in online training, because almost of the SMEs, if we depend on the, sorry if I talk this, the old people, it is the worst thing. It is not good, but most of the millennial and X and Z generation is the key for us to get the next generation to be grabbed, to be learn about the digital e-commerce shopping. The indication 51 of our society using this one. Million of the people right now have a HP or mobile phone, so they can connect it with the economics behavior in the society. E-commerce, the selling of e-commerce, although this is not half of our people, but it is the optimistic that the number is 45%. This is the situation right now. My data is based on SAA, one of the non-government organization who trace the data. Okay, next, Mas. Nah. Next, please. This is I have explained about this. Next. Okay.
Okay, Pak.
Okay. If we see this graph, so how we can cover, how we can handle this one during the pandemic. The average of SMEs, of course, only get 10 and to 15% of their daily turnover. But based on the research from the one of the bank and SE Bank, we must to move to the normal situation, especially for the SMEs. The first one, how to encourage the SMEs to increase consultation and also increase the transaction, because we realize that the company must get the consumers also, how to get the normal situation, even though we don't know about when the normal situation it will become, maybe 1 year later, maybe we still in this situation. But the normal situation, whatever it is will be happen, or it is here to be handled by government. It must be collaboration between society, consumers, and the SMEs. I think this is the key of the data if we look the data, because 89% is the high numbers. We still have a chance to increase this one. Okay, next is. So technology actually become the key of this one, the challenge to get the opportunity. The consumer behavior has been changed. SMEs must take advantage of the economics. This is the continuing of the previous slide. Purchasing decision in our society is the key based on our experience and rationality of the experience. How to take advantage of e-commerce. Almost of the role of the SMEs and also society become the key of this one. If we get in touch with our friends, online application is right now the key of this one. And from the banking opinion, we see that they have a privilege to the consumers and also to the SMEs to keep the business running well, smoothly. Use the convenience banking is not regularly anymore, but use the convenience banking to become a banking is the key for both of them, for the bank, for SMEs, and also for consumer. The banking actually have given the free transfer and cash withdrawal to the SMEs, and also based on the fact that they also give the online deposit, but with a tenor of 2 weeks. This is what happened when the bank want to have the business. They give the tenor to 2 weeks, so they give the chance to fresh money or to handle the money, to manage the money. And also right now insurance in order to protecting the business to get fair, if they get fair to pay the debt, also the key of this one. And we know that government, the role of government, because the government is, I think, is only one single entity that they can help the people of Indonesia. The role of government in terms of government spending, if we talk about the financial support to the people, so the government is the key. As Sri Mulyani, as our Ministry of Finance, say that our debt actually in order to save our people. So we have huge money to debt from the overseas, but this is as our Ministry of Finance in order to help our economics in terms of growth and in terms of stability. But we cannot deny that we are failed to shift from our debt for our next generation, of course. The debt must be paid by the next generation. That's what I mean. Okay. The next one, I think the last. This is my last slide. The COVID pandemic will permanently change the following digital media. Social media increase, shopping, e-commerce. Also, right now, the percentage of 67%. Media stream also increase. Of course, we must to be an optimistic about our future. If the pandemic is continued, whatever will be ended, it will be adjusted by the people with our economics, our management, our business behavior. As we know that we need the motivation from ourselves to become better and better. Thank you for your attention. Maybe some of you have known about the data, but in order to make realize about our behavior to support our government, to support ourselves in consciousness, in awareness about the COVID-related economics and pandemics. Thank you for your attention. Sorry about the data. Maybe I hope that it will be useful for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pak Agus, for sharing how technology influence UMKM or small, micro, and small medium enterprise in Indonesia. We see a lot of data about it, and we see that social media will be permanently changes by this pandemic COVID-19. All right. So because we have a time constraint, it's already 11:20. Question and answer for Pak Agus will be moved to the last session after Professor Kimio Kase session. So please hold your question for now. We are going to move to the next session. Thank you, Pak Agus. You are free to stay and wait for the question and answer session.
Okay, I will be waiting for that.
Yeah, thank you so much. So our last speaker, he is Professor Kimio Kase. He specialized in knowledge management, corporate level strategy. He is the former president and professor emeritus of International University of Japan, and he's the professor of strategy at EUG, IESE Business School in Spain, ESEDI, and Beijing Normal University. He's also working on a lot of publication about phronesis and quality in quality in management. He already published about CEO as leader and strategy designer. He's also already published about transformational CEO leadership and management, and he get his Doctor of Business Administration from Manchester University. Yes, Manchester University, and also MBA from the Manchester University. So please welcome Professor Kase. Thank you so much. We are honored to have you here today, regardless of the time difference from Spain. So our last speaker is living in Madrid, if I'm not mistaken, in Spain. So at the moment, I think it's 6 p.m. or 7 a.m. in the morning. So please, the floor is yours, Professor Kase.
Hello.
Hello, good morning to you. Pak Jeffrey, could you help with the share screen? material?
Right. Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to explain about our research. We have been doing it for the last 3 years among myself and Professor Che from Ritsumeikan University, and also Professor Nonaka from Hitotsubashi University. And our topic of research issue is the leadership of Dr. Kazuo Inamori, the founder of a company named Kyocera. He also founded another company named KDDI, which is one of the largest telephone operators in Japan. He must be around 85 or 86 years old now. And he started his business, Kyocera, in 1957 when he was 27 years old. So our research is about how he managed to make the company grow to be one of the largest companies in Japan, and how his leadership was, and what kind of lesson we can learn from his experience and management philosophy, etc., etc. And our main topic or our main concern was always why the profit maximization paradigm we are using for management is a kind of, it seems to be out of touch with the reality. We are observing that many acts and actions that could be considered as not so ethical, these things are taking place. So studying Dr. Inamori's management philosophy, perhaps we can find some solution to this, or another alternative to management profit maximization paradigm. One example of the paradigm not being the universal paradigm can be seen in the fact that in the world, say, I don't remember the exact number, but there seems to be between 400 and 600 companies in the world which are older than 200 years. And half of them are in Japan. The oldest company in the world is also from Japan, and it has been around for the last 1,500 years, 1,500 years, the same company. And obviously, this company and other centenary companies in Japan and in the world, they are not living by the standard of profit maximization. Kyocera is a relatively new company, but still I think it offers a similar pattern and similar scheme of thinking. My research is being financed actually by Kyocera. And so I conducted the interview survey with Kyocera employees and also people who are trying, who have been trying to learn from Inamori and apply their learning to their own companies. But obviously I found Well, now, Arun, I'm in the slide number 4.
Number 4. Okay, Pak Jeffrey, slide keempat.
This is 5. This is number 4. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And I thought that the Kyocera employees, I interviewed the people aged, say, 60, 70, 80 years. And they have been trained by Dr. Inamori from their youth. And so they learned and they live by Inamori management philosophy. And they are very, I can see something solid in their behavior, in their way of thinking, etc., etc. And they went through the experience in the actual physical training by Dr. Inamori, much in the same line as Professor Toyama explained before: knowledge creation, knowledge management, knowledge learning through ba. Ba means place in Japanese. And we can also call it Gemba experience, the place where things taking place. And these people from Kyocera learned something through trial and errors by working in the actual operational productive activities. And it's also obvious that Kyocera or Dr. Inamori used management technique named Amoeba Management System, which is a management system based on profit center concept, which means that you divide the company into smaller units and you give profit making responsibility to each of them. And they have to survive in this situation. And through this effort, they learn something, and also the company prosper because the component units of amoeba units, they prosper, so the totality of the company also prosper. This is basic paradigm. And through these, through that process, I think people learn. But I think it's not based on technique. It's more all embracing personality building experience. And so let's go to another slide, slide number 5. And in my conversation with these people, these managers or ex-managers of Kyocera, I felt something similar I experienced when I talked to people like priests from the Society of Jesus named Jesuits. Jesuits, a strong group of Catholic priests. And they are, for example, they came to Japan in the 16th century. They tried to Christianize Japan, although they were not successful. They left a strong impression among people. And they are very influential in Europe. They have, the current Roman Pope is from this Society of Jesus, for example. And the Society of Jesus was founded by Saint Ignatius of Loyola. He's Spanish. No, not, yes. And so on the one hand, we have Society of Jesus, very similar to Kyocera or Inamori's management philosophy. Another group I found very similar to Kyocera's spirit is Soto School of Zen Buddhism, founded by Master Dogen. in 20th century, sorry, 12th century. And so what are common features among Kyocera, the Society of Jesus, and the Soto School of Zen? Well, on the one hand, they have strong practice-oriented philosophy. They think that everything is learned through physical participation in some exercise or some, say, productive activities. So bodily knowledge, bodily training is very important. And another characteristic common to all these people, I shut the window because people are sleeping and they might be listening to my conference from other houses. So another characteristic is the fact that all of them have a kind of strong sharing of strong values, common values. Let's call it philosophy. In the case of the Society of Jesus, they have spiritual exercise, the name of the book, written by Saint Ignatius Loyola. He taught them how to go through some scheduled steps to go more and more and higher level of realization, illumination, spiritual or religious realization. And the same happens with Zen master and the Soto school of Zen Buddhism, and also in Kyocera. In Kyocera, they read the books written by Dr. Inamori, and they assimilate the teaching by Inamori. So let's say there are two things, hardware and software. Software is philosophy, religion, etc. Hardware, physical training. And so in Kyocera practice or Kyocera case and Catholic Jesuits case and Zen Buddhism case, all of them have these two elements combined together. I don't know how the situation is in the case of Islamism. I could not take any example from Islamism because I don't have any access to Islamic and business leaders, unfortunately. I tried to find somebody from Turkey, but I couldn't get actual contact, and so I couldn't. But anyway, Christianity, Buddhism, and this gentleman, Kyocera's Inamori, offer the same pattern of teaching and practice and management philosophy, etc., etc. So, and based on that, this combination of spiritual thing or software and practice, hardware, Inamori built up this company, Kyocera, and but for Inamori, making money is not his real purpose. His real purpose is to help himself and to his personnel, employees, to realize themselves through the work at Kyocera. So it's not only for money. They are working and they are trying to improve themselves through their exercise of professional activities, yes? So thrust of research on Kazuo Inamori, as I said, is a profit maximization paradigm, universal and exclusive. There is no alternative. Perhaps this example of Dr. Kazuo Inamori can be or could be an answer to this. Perhaps profit is not the only purpose or objective of management activities. The management activities can be also for the realization, improvement of one's personality, etc., etc. Otherwise, I think, as I said, in the case of centenary companies, these companies would not have survived if their only purpose was to make money. So the first point is this. Nowadays, and during these last 30, 40 years, we observe that making money is the only and exclusive purpose of companies. And that led to several crises in the world. So profit maximization is not good indicator to follow. So firms, organizations, they should not perhaps only for money making, they should pursue something else too. And moreover, if you think that motivation of people are multi-layers, and one of the motivation is extrinsic, which means money making, this is very poor. Another motivation could be personal satisfaction. That could be also good, but it doesn't have anything to do with money making. But still, it's more, say, perhaps it can help people to live together. And the last motivational element is called transcendental, which means that the wish to help each other, the wish to help other people, etc., etc. And in Kyocera or Kazuo Inamori's managed philosophy, this transcendental thing is vividly active. So after all these things, I'm now writing a book, and the book would be called Dr. Kazuo Inamori's Management Praxis and Philosophy, a response to the profit maximization paradigm. Okay, now, I don't know if you want to know more about Kyocera, in which case, let's move to slide number 7. Yes, Kyocera is a company established by Dr. Inamori in 1957 from scratch. Inamori was 27 years old without any experience as a business, as company owner. But since then, the company grew and really marvelously managed. By 1974, Kyocera did not have any external debts because Inamori thought that the company should survive, because the survival of a company helps his employees. So company must be strong financially and economically. So he tried not to depend on money borrowed from outside. And by 1974, he managed to do it. And how? Through the work of everybody, using the scheme called Amoeba Management System. And what is it? Amoeba Management System is a profit responsibility center, profit center, and the component of member of each management, this Amoeba unit, has tried to contribute to the prosper, making money of his unit. And then you might ask me, oh, then they are trying to maximize their profit. So it's profit maximization. And therefore, I might be contradicting myself if I say amoeba system and Kyocera's management philosophy is a breakthrough out of profit maximization paradigm. Okay, the truth is that if amoeba unit cannot make money, what happens? If the leader of the unit and its components, the members or team members, if they are punished and they are dismissed from the company, then certainly amoeba unit is to make money. But in the case of Kyocera, if one unit fails, what happens is that the unit would disappear, but its members would be allocated to other units, and they would try to do the same, to pursue money, to maximize profit, etc. But for Kyocera, important thing is not only the result, but also the process. In the process, they try to learn how to cope with difficult situations, how to overcome technical problem by discussing each other. Everything as explained by Professor Toyama through BA, networking, discussing each other, etc., etc. But it's not bare bone profit seeking activity. They help each other, and through all these things, they improve, I think, themselves as a person, as a, etc., etc. Right? And it's in general, I think it's very hard and very. If you would be exhausted if you have only. You have the only sensation that what you have to do is to pursue money. The thing is that they have behind management philosophy that this is kind of exercise to improve themselves too. Therefore, this awareness, this software side, helps them to overcome difficulties in the working. It's a process too, and this is more or less the amoeba management system. Now let's go to let's go to slide 12. Yes, that's it. This is my understanding of Inamori's mental scheme. And I discovered that for Islamic people, perhaps this sounds very familiar. End purpose, afterlife. Afterlife means life after death. The majority of Japanese, they don't believe in this. For them, money is everything, perhaps. More so, perhaps, the Chinese. Chinese are more money craze, I think. But in the case of Inamori, he thinks that afterlife is important. And his belief in Buddhism, he's a Buddhist. Actually, he became a Buddhist monk, Zen monk, some years ago. And he thinks that in afterlife, you harvest what you have done in this life. Therefore, you have to do something good. Then you can go to a better life, say, after your death. In that sense, your life has some meaning. And that meaning for him is to help himself and to help others to improve their attitude towards life but by how? By doing their work. And this practical side is connected to the pursuit of profit and management, which is a company. And also this is related to altruism, help other people. In his case, in our case, to help his personnel, employees to realize themselves as a person. And all this would go to the end purpose, which is better consequence after death. And this is very interesting in the sense that I found the same scheme not only in Catholic people, but perhaps in Islamic people, but when I read the Greek philosopher Socrates, when he was going to take a poison to kill himself because he was condemned by Athens, the government, to kill himself. And so his disciples went to see him, and they were surprised that Socrates seems to be very happy to kill himself, to kill himself. So they asked, why you are so, you are not worried about your death? And he said, well, my belief is that you have to work, you have to philosophize, you have to improve your soul by philosophizing, to trying to find out the truth, knowledge, truth, etc., in this life. Then through this process, you can go to another afterlife, and you'd be remunerated, you'd be paid with the advantage or privilege of staying there all your life, after death. Because in Greek, some Greek people thought that they would be reborn in another beings after death, just like Indian people. But if Socrates believed that if you do good things in this life, you'd stay there and you could enjoy your nice conversation, life with other wise people, etc. So it's the same as Inamori's mental scheme. And this is surprising, but perhaps this is the basic fact, this basic element of his management philosophy, and perhaps what the management lesson we should learn from his teaching. I have more explanations, perhaps, but more or less that what I try to say. If you go to slide 18, numbers 18.
Slide 18, Mas Jeffrey.
18.
18, yeah, 18.
This is 15.
18, Pak Jeffrey.
The next one, yeah, this one.
Yeah.
I made an analysis of financial analysis of Kyocera's balance sheet between 1974 and 1979. And I tried to see what they did in the flow of value created between these 2 years, 74 and 79. And what I found is that Kyocera financed the increase in its current assets. Current assets could be inventories, cash, money, bank, marketable securities, holding, etc., etc. And the majority of money created during these 2 periods, it went to the increase in current assets. The question is how it was financed. And the analysis showed clearly that it came from the increase in their capital. Capital means their own money. Yes, capital plus reserves, dividend of each year, which means that to finance their growth in their asset, they didn't borrow money from banks. Yes, part of money came from current liabilities, the short-term money, not the long-term debts, which means that obviously Kyocera or Inamori was aware that to keep the company strong, you shouldn't borrow money. You should meet your financial requirements through the making of your own money, profit. That's the basic philosophy, thinking. So this means that all what I explained right now until now, Kyocera management philosophy, it sounds very fantastic, but not real. But actually, in the case of Inamori, behind all these nice philosophical speculations, his financial and economic behavior is very hard-nosed and very realistic. I make the company prosper. I teach myself and teach my employees to be better people, to better person, better, etc. But at the same time, I'll convert my company a very solid business entity. And that's what he has been doing. Because, to say something nice is very easy, but you have to show it. And perhaps this is, again, another explanation why in Japan so many companies survived. Because they have financial strength, but at the same time, they do so not for the sake of making money. Their purpose is to help the company survive and also to help their employees get a better professional and personal training. And that's perhaps that I try to say with the title of my presentation, round out capability building of organization. Capability building it's not only for the technical thing. You instill people with a certain kind of values that will help you to become better people, and that would help your company not to do any illegal things, for example. You don't pay the governmental officials to get better advantage over other people by paying money, etc. That will never take place at Kyocera, because they know that it's anti-ethical, and etc. etc. So this is what is Kyocera or Kazuo Inamori's management philosophy. Okay, so more or less that's what I try to explain. I don't know how many minutes I spoke, but anyway. So if you have any question or any other people, if they have any question, I'll be glad to answer or comment.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Kasei. We are going to go to the next session about question and answer. We're going to combine two speakers Q&A session, which is Dr. Agus from State University of Malang, University Negeri Malang, and Professor Kasei from Beijing Normal University. All right, so we already have some question lineup here for Professor Kasei. How is the relation between the ideas and theories presented with you if we compare with the humanistic management and critical management studies?
Well, as I have explained, My explanation is based on my actual empirical research. It's not my conceptual, notional explanation. I saw it, I felt it, I felt in the conversation with the people that there is something here. There is something basic and solid. And I think that's very different from technique. You know, in management, we had so many techniques so far. For example, balanced scorecard, I don't know, just-in-time system, process re-engineering, etc., etc. I think these things help, but they are only apparent, superficial things, unless they are anchored on the real sharing of some basic philosophy. If you cannot assimilate them into your own thinking, I think they would not survive. And in the case of Inamori philosophy, I think this is real, solid, and lasting very for a long time, I guess.
Right. Thank you so much. We're moving to next question. I believe we have plenty of question lineup as well from Mrs. Lohana. She's one of our lecturer in the department. She said, very insightful sharing, Professor Kase. Do you think the belief that the company objective is far beyond profit maximization and could be more transcendental can be applied for or believed by them who are in a country which has materialistic principle? So she said that I'm afraid that even in culture like us in Indonesia, which believe in God, even making money is something realistic. It's not something awful, and she said it's naturally happen. Please give us more light, enlighten us. Thank you.
It's a question of how do you interpret profit? I think making profit is not a bad thing. It's a necessary thing for your company to survive, because without profit, the company will disappear. It will destroy the value, economic value in society. So making profit is a good thing. Now, it's not the only exclusive, only and exclusive purpose of the company. It is a basic condition, but you need more things. And in the case of Inamori management philosophy, he had more transcendental objective, improving your personality, improving other people, etc., etc. That justify what you are doing by making money, I think. And it's, as Professor Toyama explained, Apple, I think at Apple, they made much money, or they make much money, but I think they have more than that. At least at the time when Steve Jobs was there, I think people enjoyed working, creating something new, etc., etc. So money making, profit was a consequence of these activities, not the only exclusive purpose. That's what I try to say.
Right, thank you so much. So there is a following up question. So what is profit in your opinion?
Profit is a necessary thing for your company to survive.
Right, thank you. We're going to move to the next question from Audia Vidya to Pak Agus. Pak
Yes.
Dr. Agus, yes. On your opinion, does a pandemic give benefits to small medium enterprise to sell, especially in the food and beverage industry? So especially for those people who have mastered digitalization, such as like Gojek, Super App, Shopee Food, or others online platform and delivery platform. Thank you so much.
Okay, we realize that we are not agree or not support the pandemic itself. So pandemic itself is not give profit for all of the people, and the business entity do not want the pandemic happened. So that's the key answer. And the other thing that if it is provide the advantage or give a profit to the company, of course, some of company actually, if we refers to the digital company and also food and beverage company, if the people totally locked down, something like that, they cannot go out from the house. So it is, of course, profitable for them, benefit for them. That's the answer. And we know that marketplace, something like Gojek and Shopee, right now they have huge money to use that money to promotion. It means that all the company marketplace is right now each other have a competition among them. As we know that in Indonesia there are many company vendors, something we call vendors in terms of marketing. We have about 11, I think, 11 marketplace that the people, the consumers can use that. This is advantage for them because the situation until 2 August, I think in Indonesia, I don't know about the other country. Right now we are banned to be outside to go outside to buy something except if we have a special thing to go out. I think that's the answer. So pandemic itself, we conclude that we don't want to have this like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Agus.
And
Now,
the
yes.
The second question, I
Yeah.
think.
Second question from Naufal Faiz. He said that because of this pandemic, so many people are choosing to shop online, including to e-commerce or marketplace such as Tokopedia and Shopee in Indonesia. Still, he said, burn the money for promotion, discount, advertising, and etc. How do you think this is the impact for the company and the impact for the customer?
Okay, I take the burning money. The burning money. The burning money is mean it's promotion. The use for the promotion. They use financial to promote their product. If we back to the explanation previously that it means that the company have a must have a competition among the others. So they look into the competitors, something like that, and they try to become the winner of the competition to get the consumers. But nowadays, we realize that almost of the big marketplace or Shopee, something like that, is the investor is coming from overseas. So if we are wise, we were wise to decision to make a decision. So we of course choose our own marketplace. But from this question, I get that this is the problem because as we know that burning money, it means there is some of the competitors will be lose or menjadi kalah ya, menjadi kalah. It means that only the big company, the big marketplace who have, I'm afraid they can monopolize the market if they are to become bigger and bigger. So we must give opportunity for the our own company, Indonesian company, to be bigger and bigger. That's what the problem that we are afraid that only the biggest financial support, they will be the competition. They will be the competition among the similar product. That's how I mentioned about it, because we don't want that the economics is just for the small company, but the small is mean the small the big company, but also for the medium company. That's the problem. As you know that the Shopee is the biggest marketplace in Indonesia, so we must give the chance to the Bukalapak, something like that, to be grown. That's the negative thing, that burning money or promotion is if they have a negative effect, because they persuade the consumer to buy the product by giving the huge discount, something like that. That's the problem. So the government must have a regulation in order to manage and to give a regulation for the competition. We don't want the big become bigger and bigger, but the small become dead, something like that. Thank you. That's my opinion.
Thank you so much, Dr. Agus. We are moving to next question for Professor Kase from Ika Dia Chandra Arifa. Thank you, Professor Kase. Take the relevancy of Kyocera philosophy solving this pandemic crisis. Is it means that companies should have become more generous in its CSR to support the community for enhancing the brand value, aside of to focus on profit maximization, or how to communicate this value to investor who usually focus on profit maximization?
CSR is an activity, I think, that was born out of the reflection that companies are social entities. They have to contribute, or they have to pay back to society for its help. And also it means that many companies never thought of the social cause. Now, in the case of Kyocera, that was an interesting point to observe. I didn't feel any special, say, characteristics at the Kyocera that might help you to say, oh, Kyocera is doing CSR activities better than other companies. And I thought, why? Because they think, or Inamori think, but by doing his company work well and paying the tax correctly, the basic social purpose of the company to the community is rendered. I think, therefore, I suspect that Kyocera is not doing any special, specially designed social activities. The only exception, perhaps, is famous Kyoto Prize. Kyoto Prize is like a Nobel Prize to give a prize to people who contributed in science, social activities, etc., etc. But it's not Kyocera's. It's founded by Dr. Inamori. Inamori sold his possessions, his shares, Kyocera shares he had, and he donated them to Kyocera Foundation or Inamori Foundation to run this, because I think basically that's another interesting thing to observe. Mr. Inamori does not want to keep money for himself. I think he's releasing all his money towards his foundation to pursue its purpose, which is to remunerate or help or give prize to people who contribute to society. But it's as his personal activity. And another interesting issue is that Mr. Inamori never allowed his family members to join the company. Because for him, the company is not his personal thing. It's a social entity. And it should not be dominated by Inamori family. It's a social corporate thing, not a personal property. It's another interesting things to observe. Yes.
Thank you so much for the answer. We have the last question. I think this is for both speaker, for Dr. Agus and Professor Kase. So the question is, why supply, cash flow, and demand makes the three major points during this pandemic? Maybe Pak Dr. Agus, you can answer first.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Arum. If we are talking about supply, it means that the production that produced by the company, the circulation of the product. And if we are talking about cash flow, it means that this is the financial movement in the relation between the producer and consumers. That's the cash flow. This is the financial term of the money when the government manage the financial finance. And if we are talking about demand, it is refers to the condition that consumer actually need the money, need the product. So this is the three of this: supply, cash flow, and demand is the important thing. If they are stacking or they are stopped or if they have a problem. In the normal situation, when the people move to another place freely without any obstacle, so this is actually for the growth of economy. But if the supply become disturbing the supply, this is the problem. If we are talking about supply, we know right now Indonesia until 2 of August still have a social restriction. We cannot move to another place buying something and so on. And we must, like me, for example, I am working from home. If I am working from home, that's make my production actually increase, because I cannot meet with my student directly. So I cannot communication. So it will be disturb the economics for me, and of course for the whole. And also, if we're talking about supply, it is about logistical disruption. We know that the logistic discussion, when we want to move, if we are still in the level of 3, a level of 2, it is maybe some of the city in Java, the people who have yellow city, they can move more freely if we compare with the red city. But the problem, like logistical, sometimes the police stop them to distribute the product. So this is the impact of this. Of course, the economic will be decreased also. And cash flow cash flow, this is related with the decrease of income. It is related with the demand also because rising of unemployment, something like that. As we know that 7.3 million people like now is unemployment. This is cash flow impacted to the rising unemployment, something like cost and capital loan difficulty also that because the company cannot have an access to the financial bank, something like that. If we normal situation, it is not the problem. So the conclusion is that the supply, cash flow, and demand actually is major challenges for the company, for the people, for the government, something like that. For all of the government, it is not Indonesian also. As we know that Japan right now is enhancing. Have Olympiad competition, Olympiade. So they also have an impact the situation like that. We discourage our athlete to go to Japan, something like that. We cannot go to Mecca, something like that. That's related of all of the economics, the three major challenges of the economic situation. If we want to make a relation between the consumer production, production and also the company, also the consumer, of course, and the government in this situation is the main players to make it growing, to make their policy, something like that. If we look into the theoretical of economics, so one of the biggest role is only the government. There is no others. There is no others. Maybe they can make some regulation, punishment, and reward to the people who are obey to the government policy. That's the key to reduce the effect of the pandemic to the economics, because this is the choice about but what we must to do. Had cure, had improvement or economic improvement. In bahasa Indonesia, maybe we can call it buah si malakama, because if one we choose, so the impact will be to the others, something like that. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much, Dr. Agus. Now let's move to Professor Kasi.
Well, I think the first thing for the company to do is to keep employment at the time of crisis, or not at the time of crisis, but above all at the time of crisis. And for that, what do you need? You need money. And there's one anecdote recounted by Dr. Inamori. He went to listen to Mr. Matsushita, the founder of Panasonic. He was a very famous businessman and also famous as a business thinker. And there were a lot of business people listening to Mr. Matsushita. Mr. Matsushita said, in preparation for the time of crisis, you have to build up a dam, which is a dam, to keep water behind, so that you are protected against any fragile situation at the time of crisis. And then the audience, the many business people say, okay, that's very beautiful to say, but how we can make money when we are trying to survive every day? we don't have much more money. And they laughed at him. But Inamori thought it's wrong to think that way. I mean, he thought that Matsushita was saying the right thing. You have to prepare for the rainy days. But if you are not aware of this fact, you just spend the little money you have to your daily operation. You have to be mentally prepared for that. And you have to contribute something to take some action to build up that dam. And I think that's more or less what I understand, because the social purpose of the company is to keep employment. Employment is not, people is not just workforce you employ to make money. They are human beings. You have to help them to grow as human beings, etc., etc. And for that, you have to keep your company prosperous and survival in survival state. And you have to, therefore, you have to do everything for that purpose. And to make money is just one step for that. It's not, it's a necessary condition, but not sufficient one to make money. It's one of the basic things. But without money, you cannot do anything. And moreover, in the teaching with, I got my master's degree in business administration from US Business School in Spain, which is Catholic school, Catholic Christianity. And we had a class on business ethics. And one of the basic things they taught us is that profit is a must a company has to have, because if you lose money, you are destroying the value, economic value from society. Second, the fact that you lose money means that you are receiving a message from society that you are not doing right thing, because profit or loss is a signal from society about your behavior, about your performance, etc., etc. So again, profit is a necessary thing, but not for that purpose only. That because it helps you to keep your employment. I think that's a logical argument. Right?
Right, thank you so much. We are running out of time. We have another 3 minutes. Could you, we have one question. This is the last one for Professor Kase. According to your opinion, does capability building that is successfully implemented in the organization encourage sustainability for the organization?
Yeah. Yes, that's right. Well, I think if everything is linked together, right? Employment, sustainability, survival, prosperity. Because if, you know, the word fungible means that you can replace one thing with another. Yes, like coin, money. 10 yen coin is the same as another 10 yen coin. But the company is not just like that. It's not fungible. Each company has its own capability, asset, values, etc., etc. If once the company disappears, everything disappears. It's not putting together of individual people. They share knowledge, they share expertise, etc. And with the breakup of the company, it will disappear. And that's why also it's very important to keep companies surviving at the time of crisis, because once a company disappears, I think it's very difficult to recover what you lose. Because, you know, people have their own skill learned from that organization, but the skill is important because other people also share that skill. And as a set, as a whole, they can say contribute more. But if the company disappears, it disappears. The country is less rich, let's say, because of that. So it's very important to help your companies to survive. Yes.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the answer. I think we are at the end of the conference today. I believe that if we have more time, we can discuss a lot of things regarding this. So if I may conclude everything, in this pandemic, digital transformation is inevitable, but it's not only digital transformation, but we have a lot of things to adjust and to adapt, such as especially leadership role, like the case of Professor Kase explained about Inamori and the perspective. Also, from the point of view of small medium enterprise, everything it's inevitable for the a small medium enterprise to not adapt as well. And for the perspective of knowledge management, it is very important that we all work together. We provide a network that is so big, and we do not need to make it smaller. We just need to expand, and we need to connect together, right? So I think that's all. The conclusion of this conference. I would like to say thank you very much for Dr. Agus and Professor Kimio Kase that already here since the beginning of the conference. I'm giving it back to the MC, Ibu Yana Respati Dewi.
Okay, I would like to say thank you very much for the time and knowledge given by all of our keynote speaker in this morning until this afternoon, especially Mr. Kimio Kase and Mr. Agus Hermawan. And of course, our moderator have guided the event so that it went well. And don't forget to thank the participant for the enthusiasm, of course. And I would like to remind once again for all participants that the A certificate form already signed by the committee, and only 10 minutes will be given to fill out the form. So please, for all participants, download the link and also fill the form. And now I will announce top 3 best paper for this call of paper conference. The committee is ready? Okay, are the committees ready? Okay. The first one for the best paper in this conference is, can you please show on the, yes. Best paper is entitled Technology Adoption in Small and Medium Enterprises, Current Issue and Future Research Avenue. The author is Rosa Pravitri Juniardi. I'm sorry, Rosa Pravitri Juniarti and Aziza Omar. Okay, congratulations for Rosa Pravitri Juniarti and Aziza Omar. And the second one is entitled, okay, Halal Tourism Implementation and What is Needed, Indonesia Case, authored by Maziatul Korea, Heri Pratikto, Evi Susanti, Filianti, Lili Adiwibowo, and Adam Vo. Congratulations for the second best paper, Maziatul Korea. And the last one is entitled Design and Build Role Play Game Application, Business Simulator atau Simbis RPG as a live-based business learning media. Authored by Surya Hadi Wiraprabowo, Ahmad Murdiono, Jeffrey Aulia Marta, Ika Zutiasari, Ni Muhammad Hazrul Nik Hasim. Congratulations for all authors, the first, the second, and the third one. Okay, move to best presenter. And this conference also has a best presenter for that paper. I would like to announce the third one. With the title paper, with the paper title, Halalan.id, design and build halal tourism application to develop halal smart city in East Java by Diki Ibrahim Shah. Congratulations for Diki Ibrahim Shah. The second one is there's only one best presenter. Okay, there's only okay. Congratulations for all the 3 correspondents for the best paper and the one best presenter. I hope that this is a good start for everyone to write a research paper and publish it for enriched literacy. And the next, I will start to choose the lucky 8 participants today who will receive an OFO voucher in amount of 50,000 each number. For all lucky participants, please confirm your name and number via personal message if you are selected to our personal contact, Mrs. Dela Ayu. Once again, this is a pure giveaway, and the committee did not ask money to claim the voucher. So be careful to person who takes advantage of this giveaway. Can we start the giveaway, please? Okay. Please fill the form so you can have an opportunity to get the giveaway. It's still running. Okay, we will have maybe like 2 or 3 minutes to give a participant opportunity to write down on or fill the form before we start the giveaway. It's already okay. There's a lot. Wow. How much is the item? Ada berapa? There is 100, more than 100 participants already fit on a wheel. Let's start the first one. So there's only 8 selected participants who's lucky and get an OFO voucher. So please, the one who selected, confirm to committee immediately. Okay. The first one, ready? Okay. I hope that I get this giveaway. Oh. Cecilia Ivory. Cecilia Ivory. Once again, Cecilia Ivory with number 089 65336903. Dipersilahkan. Please confirm the committee with a personal chat immediately. Cecilia Ivory. Okay. The second one. Boleh? We added a lot of name again, maybe more participants. Okay. Congratulations for Cecilia Ivory. Please confirm, once again, please confirm the contact person immediately via personal message. Okay. Let's wait the committee to arrange maybe just a little bit. Okay, good. Wow. Wow, that's a lot. Okay, ready? Start for the second one. Okay. Second one is ready. We start to spin the wheel. Whoa. Let's spin, 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 spin. Arda Wisnu Nur Pratama. Congratulations for Arda Wisnu Nur Pratama. Get a 50,000 voucher for OVO with the number 089539744746. Please confirm the committee via personal message. Congratulations for Arda Wisnu Nur Pratama. Okay, 6 more to go. That is a 6 more to go voucher to share. Okay. The third one is, well, that's a lot of names. Shiva Ayuning Tias. Congratulations for Shiva Ayuning Tias. With a number 089689422349. Congratulations again for Shiva Ayuning Tias. Please confirm the contact person immediately via direct message, of course. There is 5. Okay, so spin the wheel, go. Muhammad Faizuddin Naufal. Muhammad Faizuddin Naufal with the number 089534326111. Please claim your voucher immediately to the committee. Contact person, of course. Okay, how to go? There is 4 more to go. Ready? Spin the wheel, start. Spin, 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 spin. Hilman dari Zaidanuddin. Hilman dari Zaidanuddin 083833558283. Please text or direct message to the contact person to claim your voucher. Congratulations again for Hilman dari Zaidanuddin. There's 3, 4 to go, yeah. Okay. 3 more. Okay. Spin the wheel, go. Please be my name, please be my name. Please be my name. Panda Agita Putri, congratulations for Panda Agita Putri. With the number 085733709803. Okay, sekali lagi, once again, congratulations for Panda Agita Putri. Please text the contact person immediately to claim the voucher. 2 more to go. 2 more to go. Okay, ready? Ready. Please be my name, please, please. No. And the 7th one is Satrin Fionita with number 0895275007. Congratulations for Satrin Fionita. Please confirm and claim your voucher through direct message to our personal contact. And the last one, ready for last one? Okay, this is the last one. I hope this is my name. Hopefully. Okay, spin the wheel. Go. Nurul Agustin, not Nurul. Okay, congratulations for one of our lecture, our partner, Mrs. Fadia Zen with number 081333442171. Congratulations for Mrs. Fadia Zen. Please confirm your OVO voucher to our contact person. Okay, is that all? Okay. Is that all, everybody? Okay, thank you very much for the selected participants. Once again, be careful because committee did not ask for money to claim the voucher. So be careful to the person who takes advantage of this giveaway. Okay, and the last one, I wish that all in the good and healthy because we are in the middle of pandemic right now and we are in this together. This too shall pass. And hopefully this webinar will be useful for all of us. Last word. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day, everyone.